Run, Mary, run. Run, Martha, run. Tell Mary, run, I say, you got a right to the tree of life. Run, Mary, run. Run, Martha, run. Tell Mary, run, I say, you got a right to the tree of life. Little Mary, you got a right to the tree of life. You got a right, you got a right to the tree of life. Come to tell you, you got a right to the tree of life. You got a right to the tree of life. Good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce the Queen, Saidiya Hartman. Saidiya Hartman is the author of Scenes of Subjection, Terror, Slavery, and Self-Making in 19th Century America, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. As well as Lose Your Mother, A Journey Along the Atlantic Slave Route, and Wayward Lives, Beautiful Experiments, which received the National Book Critics Circle Award and the Penn Galbraith Award for Nonfiction. Hartman received a MacArthur Fellowship in 2019 and was nominated as a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2022. She is university professor at Columbia University. And before I bring Saidiya up, I just wanted to share that the food will be served all day today. So don't feel like you have only 1 hour to stand in line. And we also have a lot more people working in catering today, so we're solving problems in real time. There's also a second bathroom, so if you go back out towards the way you came in and make a right down that hallway, there's also a film room with extraordinary films for many of the participants being shown, which I hope you will spend time with over today and tomorrow. And there's also a lot of bathrooms over there as well. There's also a really extraordinary overflow room where if you need to relax a bit, there are couches, it's a lounge, a screen. You can watch everything that's happening here from that room. There are tables there as well. So I just wanted to share that, and now I will turn it over to Saidiya Hartman, who is our curatorial advisor and one of the curators of the first Loophole of Retreat. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Loophole of Retreat, Venice. It is wonderful to be here with you all, sharing ideas, conversation, and community together. The conveners have provided me with a text for which I am very grateful. It relieves me of any obligation to meet the brilliance of our first day, the brilliance assembled in this room. It has become increasingly difficult to ascend the stairs to this podium. On the first day of Loophole, so much was offered, from ground thought to fresh water. After Jacobs and Hurston and Agar Jones, We understand the ground as the site of thought and movement, the feel of earth under our feet as critical to our practice of freedom. The manuals of anti-colonial struggle embodied and recited by our mothers and grandmothers. A daughter's speculative ekphrasis restores and imagines the role of African women in the war against fascism. We who write the manuals with our deeds provide lessons about what the unknown yields, and how the embrace of the enormity of what is unknowable has the capacity to make even granite bleed and cry. The need of translation in our anti-colonial practice, that our freedom dreams have always exceeded bureaucratic political policy, because we have never failed to wonder what kind of life might be possible after the last garment, and existing in a world no longer constructed by plantation forms, or the blueprint of another set of arrangements, a beautiful girl child riding in the back seat with her roller skates dangling over the white leather of her daddy's car might dream, Detroit as utopia, or the elders and the church mothers providing the lesson that ecstasis is our language of free, free, or the beautiful obliquity of how we cut the line between wait and awaiting, or how the bottom is the terrain of intense extraction and destitution, which is also a synonym for the transfiguration of value itself, and how we welcome the end of the world scratching away the surface of the visible, how we want no longer to be rented out, how we fight against making our wombs the property of others or fetishizing vessels of death as art objects. And for now, in the meantime, we have opted for love and grace and being available in the flesh and embracing the mother's mark so that the world has not been raised. And these are just a few of the things I remember from the first day. So thank you all again for being here. Most of you in the audience could be standing here on this podium. There are so many institution builders, path breakers, Black first, feminist foremothers, visionaries, and folks who have made the way in this room. We thank you for your presence and what you have made possible for us. We thank you not for being an audience, but for holding this space with us. As Rashida mentioned yesterday, Loophole of Retreat Venice builds on an eponymous one-day convening held in 2019 at the Guggenheim Museum in New York, which I had the honor of organizing together with Tina Kampt and Simone Lee. I want to say a few words about the one who has gathered us, who has issued the call. I won't call her name because we know it. It is on our tongue. We utter it with regard. The one who makes worlds with her hands. Then I wrote, Simone's practice has been devoted to articulating Black women's everyday life and ordinary use, a being made into a tool for others, equipment for living, an incubator of possibility, a refuge, a clearing, a dwelling, a loophole of retreat. These are some of the ways that Lee has articulated the Black female condition, the tension between the facts of Blackness and the lived experience. Her work, like my own, is preoccupied with the question of scale, how to undo assumptions about the provincialism and narrowness of Black women's life and work so that the dimensions of their existence in the world, their contribution, their way of making and doing might be recalibrated. In her attention to the Black feminine, not simply its myriad duties and functions or the long duration of abuse, violation, exploitation, precarity, and fungibility, but the Black feminine as an architecture of possibility, a grammar of not being in the world. I have found in her work, I have found a critical language able to convey the epic reach of the Black ordinary and the monumentality of the everyday. The solidity and mass of the work illuminates the paradox, expresses the antagonism. Her capacity is yoked in service of others, exploited and devalued. She is load-bearing and breakable. The stark outline of the predicament is that the one who makes a home for others in the world finds herself outside the parameters of the human, not seen and never regarded, excluded and negated. I imagine Simone is somewhere in the room cringing. I'm actually surprised I can see her so clearly. I will not ask her to stand because the joke was going to be, where is Simone? Simone is a shy, reserved person who achieves enormous feats and then works her hardest to elude the spotlight. Her brilliance resides as much in the beautiful objects she creates as in what she makes possible for us. She always endeavors to make her resources ours, to extend and open her hand. This is the exemplary Black feminist gesture, an outstretched and open hand, her tongue in my mouth. She has gathered us again, and with her trusted friend, Rashida, called us across continents to gather here. I want to thank her for that, for making this gathering of Black women possible, because Simone has a deep understanding of the power of what happens when Black women gather. We plot to undo the world. So it has been a pleasure to serve as an advisor for this second iteration of Loophole, where it has expanded fivefold and moved continents. I want to thank Rashida Bumbry again. Loophole 2 is her vision. And now to the business of the day. For those of you who missed yesterday's welcome, I want to reiterate some keynotes to orient you to our venue and describe how today's program will unfold. Loophole of Retreat Venice is hosted at the Fondazione Giorgio Cini, a cultural institution here on the island of San Giorgio Maggiore, and please forgive my mangling of the beautiful Italian language. Loophole programming will take place throughout several venues across the Foundation's campus. This morning, we will begin here in the Sala della Arazzi, the symposium's main lecture hall, with a performance by Black Quantum Futurism, followed by a series of talks and presentations. We will then break for lunch at 1:30, during which time you can purchase food from our vendors all day. At 1:30 in the courtyard, Paloma Gregor will have a performance. At 2:30, we will resume programming with our film screenings, conversations, and talks here at the Arazzi. At the same time, our performance program will start in the theater located in the Ex Piscina Gandini. All day long, a looped film program will be screening in the Sala del Chiostro de Cipresi, located near the entrance. You can find a map of these spaces in your brochure, and the Loophole hostesses stationed throughout the grounds can help guide you to the various venues. For the performances in the Ex Piscina Gandini, please plan to arrive 15 minutes ahead of the scheduled start time. The nearby Sala dei Capriati will serve as a lounge space and also as overflow seating for the program here in the Arazzi, which will be live streamed there. This is a space where you can also relax, work, or enjoy solitude. To that end, I wish to note that we have more ticketed attendees than we have seats in any individual program. room here at the conference. We therefore encourage you to circulate to the various spaces throughout the day. Yesterday afternoon, I circulated and saw a brilliant performance, so please do circulate. We ask that you please do not leave your things or otherwise save your seat here when you leave this room in order to allow for others to experience the programming in person. We also ask that you silence your cell phones and kindly refrain from taking flash photography here in the Arazzi. Please also note that the conference will be live streamed and the proceedings will be photographed and recorded. I am honored to now briefly introduce the first hour of presenters for Loophole of Retreat Venice. You can find fuller biographies of our distinguished speakers on the Loophole of Retreat Venice webpage at SimoneLeeVenice2022.org. Throughout the rest of the day, the participants will be introduced by the fabulous students from Spelman College who recently participated in a seminar entitled Simone Lee, Art and Theory. So our program today begins with a performance by Black Quantum Futurism. Black Quantum Futurism is an interdisciplinary creative practice formed by Philadelphia-based Ayewe and Rashida Phillips. Their internationally presented works include the award-winning Community Futures Lab, Community Futurism's Project. Following Black Quantum Futurism's performance, we will hear from the following speakers. Zakia Iman Jackson is Associate Professor of English and Director of the Center for Feminist Research at the University of Southern California. She has authored the award-winning Becoming Human, Matter and Meaning in an Anti-Black World. Nomaduma Rosa Masalela is a Berlin-based artist, curator, and writer who is interested in collective work and strategy, public and performance art, ephemera of exile and xenophobia, and the ambivalent natures of authenticity, history, and identity production. She holds a master's in art and philosophy from Columbia University in New York. Lastly, the fabulous Grada Quilombo is an interdisciplinary artist born in Lisbon and based in Berlin, whose work draws on memory, trauma, gender, and post-colonialism. Her works have been presented in several major international exhibitions, including Documenta 14. Colomba is the curator of the 35th Biennial of Sao Paulo. So with that, let the wonderful day begin.
Whisper, say free. Rumors flying must be lying. Can it really be? Can't conceive it. Can't believe it. But that's just what they say. Whisper, listen. Whisper, listen. Whisper, say free. Rumors flying must be lying. Can it really be? Can't conceive it. Can't believe it. But that's just what they say. Whisper, listen. Whisper, listen. Whisper, say we free. Rumors flying must be lying. Can it really be? Wait. A watcher, onlooker, look out! Watch. A watchman, an ambush, a trap, as in lie in wait. An act of waiting. Wade, 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 wade. To go forward, proceed, move, stride, advance. Wade, walk into or through the water. Wade, to go into action, to go into battle. Wade, wade, wade.
Wade in the water.
Wade.
It meant to get off the path.
Wade.
To wait in the
Wade.
water in order to
Wade.
cover their scent from bloodhounds.
Whisper, listen.
Traditional European spatial temporal consciousness
Whisper, listen.
saw time as flow and inevitability.
Whisper.
The word
say,
time itself derives from the word tide, with roots in the Sanskrit word for division, to cut up, to tide, to flood.
Must be
This
lying.
context of water as time affirms wade in the water as a technology to hack the European time stream. Wading in the water was an act in a war for liberation that created a temporary time portal, a vortice of protection, to wait in the water, to stop, to rest against the current, to submerge the master's clock was a revolutionary act within a revolutionary act of escape. And what does it mean for us to wade in the water right now? We are born into institutions. Our very first breath and vision outside the space-time of the womb is taken between the four walls of an institution. Like newborns to an umbilical cord, we remain tethered to institutions for our lives, dependent upon them for sustenance, protection, health, welfare. These institutions built on stolen land are the great European father stone playgrounds, testaments of patriarchy. Within these stone playgrounds they have created the space-time we all abide by. The timeline brought to you by Einstein, Newton, Galileo, and other long-dead Europeans, contradicting experience, reality, and the wisdom of our ancients. We hold their truths to be self-evident. The system plays to the audience perceptions. In mimetic, genetic, quantum, urban Darwinism, certain structures and myths went out over others. And the internal game played inside the arena of this particular space-time, an after effect of the electromagnetic crisscross path created when the atom was split, bifurcated from its better half. space-time of this common reality. It split the brain into two halves, too. Left, right, male, female, electric, magnetic. Information from the future is constantly falling into indeterministic gaps in the present. We see what we have always seen when we don't expect to see differently. The observer's bias, the reason why the conditions of our universe is the ideal incubator for the breeding of the galaxies, stars, and planets. Thermodynamics. The theory by which we hold our notions of cause and effect is only statistical in nature and overly concerned with equilibrium. Though it says it's about change and process, its eventual goal is always the equalization of change. If change is equalized, it becomes static. No appreciation for the dynamic processes that make change what it is.
And under the regime of thermodynamics,
becoming collapses into being, like a piece of light collapsing into a wave or a particle suddenly shy when observed. The arrow of time defined by thermodynamics
must be dissolved.
Feedback from the future must guide the development of the present and the past. Science is the ultimate political body, the mind-body split, the dualism that persists into present times.
The reason why classical physics and quantum physics seemingly contradict.
Blinded by its own so-called enlightenment, thusly setting light and dark as opposites, eternally at odds inside of a cascading, chaotic universe.
Science is really the resulting end of a negotiation.
The laws and principles we hold to be commonly true about the universe and the world were all shaped by the hands of a privileged few. The word nostalgia derives from a sickness of home, from the trauma and longing that one feels after being artificially and involuntarily ripped from your environment. Originally classified as a disease, by the 1830s, the word was used to describe any intense homesickness, that of sailors, convicts, and African slaves. The word's etymology is intimately tied to experiences of displacement, of being pushed out or torn away from a place where one's memories and emotions are resonant and rooted in a specific proximity of locality and time. The nature of nostalgia is a window into an understanding of the concept
of time and memory. Memory shows us that time is not absolute, that subjective temporal experiences often dominate mechanical, linear, objectified understandings of time. Memories are crystallized into our own private space-times. Ones primarily informed by our own personal perspectives and experiences. Memories, flexibility, and fluidity between our interior lives and our exterior realities. Its ability to be invoked by our encounters with particular objects, locations, sounds, images, smells. They all account for the fundamentally different but interconnected and often entangled experiences between people, between communities, between cultures. Time, experience, episodic memory is wound up in the places that we call home, wrapped around the objects that inhabit them, embedded in the land itself.
Decided to go out.
It is only our so-called failure to accelerate quickly on the progressive capitalist timeline and arrive to the futures envisioned by the state that produces nostalgia. This so-called failure is also what keeps Black people locked into a narrow temporal present, bereft of tools, disconnected from resources, with limited and equitable access to time, memory, and rooted location. And there are those of us for whom the word survival must sit at the tip of our tongues as an open question, one that is ultimately temporal.
It's good to be here. But one more time. One more time.
And yet, even in the face of forced nostalgia, we find resistance through remembrance in ever-expansive timescapes that disrupt the timeline or otherwise hack it to ensure our survival. And yet, we find resistance. And yet, still we find resistance.
Still we find resistance.
Still we find resistance.
Yet we find resistance. Our portals contain visions, rhythms, textures, artifacts, temporalities, constructed from the dance of intertwining strands of ancestral, maternal, communal, and personal memory. We find ourselves in a now here due to the daily rituals of our great-grandmothers and mothers, where they created time, space, and home from nothing. A feat as simultaneously mundane and crucial as the Big Bang. These are the everyday miracles of life as we know it.
Under the church, time is a hymn. The first sermon, an offering of freedom. In the time capsule was a Bible, a hymn book, the Tribune, and the Sun, mentos of a future, past future. A portal, a hot comb, an afro pick. Under the church, time is a hymn. Time is a hymn.
Reverend Christopher Rush escaped slavery and ran away to New York in 1798. Unbeknownst to him, just 2 weeks prior to laying a time capsule inside the cornerstone of the first African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church in 1853, the land on which the church sat had been condemned by eminent domain to make way for Central Park. The lost time capsule cornerstone of Seneca Village's AME Zion Church demonstrates how Western linear timelines are openly hostile to Black bodies and openly deny us access to our own futures. It demonstrates yet again how Black burial grounds serve as literal fucking infrastructure to white progress, creating a wave of gentrification stretching forward and backwards in time that touches Black people's living spaces and times, invades our death and space-times. Even in death, they try to penetrate our resting time and our resting space.
Rumors flying, must be lying. Can it really be? One-stop shop. The mind-body split. A dual motion.
One-stop shop.
A moment's momentum.
The mind body splits.
A moment's momentum. Dueling metals.
A moment's momentum.
Parallel inner worlds.
A moment's momentum.
Twisting swords and words and entanglements.
Parallel inner worlds.
An entanglement.
A moment's momentum.
An entanglement. A spiraling.
Twisting words and swords.
A spiraling.
An entanglement.
A spiraling.
Spiraling. A spiraling.
A spiraling. Interterrestrial.
A spiraling.
Cerebral hemispheres.
A spiraling.
Logical configurations.
A spiraling.
Right brain, left brain, future
A
past.
spiraling.
Spatial groove.
Interterrestrial.
The mind-body split.
Cerebral hemispheres.
Temporal ghettos. Temporal ghettos.
Cerebral
Temporal
hemispheres.
ghettos. Temporal ghettos.
Logical
The dualism that
configurations.
persists into present times. The reason why
Right
classical
brain, left
physics
brain,
and quantum
future
physics
past.
seemingly contradict.
Temporal ghettos.
The reason.
Spatial grooves.
The reason.
Longitudinal
The reason.
bioaspherology.
The sun, the rain, the moon, the reason. The reasons. The reason. The reasons we are here. The reasons. The reasons. The reasons seemingly contradict. The reason. the reason why we cannot learn from the closed timeline curve. The reason
why classical physics
the reason, introducing
quantum
the
physics
mind-body
seemingly
split.
contradict
Introducing the mind-body split. Introducing the mind-body split. Introducing the mind-body split.
The reason we
Loop
cannot
quantum
learn.
gravity. Listen.
The reason we
Listen.
cannot learn.
Listen. Listen.
The reason we cannot learn
Listen.
from the closed timeline curve.
Listen. Listen.
The reason we cannot
As it
learn.
releases, drains,
Introducing
drains, sucks. Organic time travel. Organic time travel. Organic time travel. Organic time travel. Breath, eyes, memory.
Quantum gravity. Loop quantum gravity. Loop quantum gravity. Loop quantum gravity. Loop quantum
The
gravity.
noun here. Astro, Afro,
Listen as it
spirit.
releases.
Our grandfathers dancing the paradox. Our grandmothers dancing the paradox. We call it gravity. We call it gravity.
organic
We
time
call
travel.
it gravity. We
Breath,
call
eyes,
it
memory.
gravity. Mumbo tango
The now
tempo
here.
agency. We call it gravity.
The now here.
Mumbo tango tempo
now here.
agency. Giving bending time incorporated. Giving bending time incorporated.
Astro, Afro, myth theory.
Outlaws outside of known space.
Our grandmothers dancing with the paradox. Our grandmothers reversing light in the kitchen. We call it gravity. Our grandmothers reversing light in the kitchen. We call it gravity.
Mumbo Tango Temporal Agency. Giving
created
embedded time incorporated.
Space and
Outlaws
home
outside of
from
known
nothing.
space time.
From nothing. From nothing.
We created time,
From
space,
nothing.
and home from
We
nothing.
created time from nothing. From
Non-linear
nothing.
cycles having no
From
conceivable
nothing.
end.
Non-linear cycles have
As
no
mundane
conceivable end. As mundane
and as crucial
as crucial as the
as
Big
the
Bang.
Big Bang.
Big Bang. Big
As
Bang.
mundane
Big Bang.
and as crucial
Big Bang.
as the Big Bang.
Big Bang. Big
As
Bang.
mundane
As
and as
mundane
crucial as the Big Bang.
As the Big Bang.
The ability to shift directions. The ability to
The
spiral
ability.
along paths
The ability.
of
A
reaching
reaching
back.
back. A reaching back. A reaching back. A reaching back. A reaching back. A curve on the timeline. A curve on the timeline. Wrapping back around through the generations.
A curve on the timeline. A curve on the timeline. Wrapping back through the generations.
just go ahead and start. Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Rashida, Saidia, and Tina for the invitation and your work. My current book project, tentatively titled Obscure Light, Blackness, and the Derangement of Sex Gender, advances a theory of Black womanhood as a singularity. In other words, neither an identity nor a subjectivity, but an apparatic problem space that conditions the modern world. I understand the idea of Black womanhood as an ironic administrative and distributive function rather than a biologically determinative category, one that ruptures conceptualization itself. I aim to explore how key creative and philosophical works of the African diaspora have registered and grappled with the idea that there is a fundamental contradiction between Blackness and womanhood and its material consequences. This project opts to linger on rather than attempt to reconcile or find a dialectical solution to the perceived paradox of Black womanhood. Rather than take this category for granted, Obscure Light critically engages its production in social, scientific, and philosophical history. Engaging contemporary queer, intersex, and trans studies, critiques of sex-gender dimorphism, Obscure Light argues that anti-Blackness constitutes the bedrock of modern logics of sex-gender and considers how its terrorizing vertical orders might be toppled by the transfiguring potentialities of Blackness. Ultimately, the project provides a critique of biocentrism, or biological reductionism and determinism, and clarifies what I argue is the indistinction of sex, gender, and race. The history of Blackness has been powered by the conflation of function and figuration in ways both searing and sublime. My comments today will explore a working concept in my recent work, prefiguration. Prefiguration is the act of representing, suggesting, or imagining in advance of observed empirical content. As a concept, it has strong resonances with that which is thought to precede and exceed conceptualization itself, namely aesthesis or sense perception. Both terms, aesthesis and prefiguration, seek to mark apprehension that exists prior to empirically grounded conceptual formulation and figuration. My meditation today will explore the function of anticipation and its consequence for figurations of race and gender. Namely, I ask, how might the anticipation of Blackness bypass, countermand, or forestall the empirical altogether? Relatedly, what consequences could prefiguration have for sensing Blackness or even sense itself if sense is understood as simultaneously threshold and foundation, alternately uniting and underlying sensation and conceptualization? Moreover, how might the governing logic and figurations of sex gender shape and be shaped by the anticipatory prefigurative mythopoetics of anti-Blackness? This brief meditation is part of an ongoing exploration of the long-standing relationship between Blackness and the sublime. Whether it is in Burkean aesthetics or Kantian aesthetics, the limit to visual mastery has hinged on the Black female figure as an opaque, inscrutable image. I argue that the myth of Black femaleness is an apparatic prefiguration and antecedental Blackness that is pivotal for the relay between abstraction and figuration. Black femaleness, as image rather than representation, acts as a transfer point for movement across the domains of abstraction and figuration in modern art and our social worlds, by administering and arranging the legibility and materialization of form and figure. I make a distinction between image and representation. Many thinkers have identified a gap between representation and the thing purportedly being referenced, such that representation is always, in the inaugural instance, catachrestic and thus never purely mimetic. By distinguishing image from representation, my argument concurs with this point but differs from it. Prefiguration concerns a corporealized image that is not at all constrained by the empirical. Such an image or prefiguration, I argue, ceases to be a representation in that it indexes a myth rather than an empirical phenomenon. This talk contributes to a burgeoning scholarly conversation about Blackness qua Blackness, the formal properties and capacities of the color Black, by emphasizing the fulcrum of the Black female function in arranging perception and sense. This challenges the doctrine of just Black, or the espousal of a generic Blackness presumed to be devoid of all trace of the social's prefiguration, or in a slight variation, whereby Blackness is thought to be brimming with racial prefiguration, but untouched by mythologies of sex difference and gender. Historically, visual mediums and techniques have given shape to racialized sexed and gendered hierarchies that mythologize embodied differentiation, as well as differences of color. Obscure light emphasizes the difficulty of conceptualizing the representational truth of Black womanhood. Given the idea of mimetic truth rests on what a surface comes to mean via its metaphysical mystification, not its endogenous essence. At the core of my work has been the claim that anti-Blackness's affects and epistemological conditions have fundamentally organized the optical common sense and modern grammar of sex gender. Holographic effect, or inscrutability in the visual field, is often met with a predilection to surveil and pin down what is before sight. But this is not necessarily an act of observation. It is commonly a prelude to projection. In other words, the viewer could require that the perceived meet them in the terms of the viewer's own legibility. When expectations go unmet, this is often interpreted as an invitation to regulation, discipline, and violence. Such disciplining is predicated on a certain kind of domination that privileges transparency and legibility. In the larger work, I investigate what this visual orientation has meant for a range of positions, especially with regard to darker-hued Black femaleness and transgender dissidence, both of which are made to be ciphers in violent histories of opticality that constitute the perception of both the opaque and fluctuation in the optical field. Namely, I am interested in what the relationship has been and what it might be between these two different registers, the opaque and the holographic. In my work, I've demonstrated that what we conventionally call the gender binary has never simply been a binary. It is racially hierarchical in its foundation. The taxonomies and social paradigms of sex and gender are already divided and arranged by architectures of anti-Blackness, such that gender normativity is from the outset tacitly white, and thus anti-Black misogyny is actually central to the surveillance, regulation, and disciplining of white gender norms, because norms of the body and performativity have been shaped by anti-Black opticality. Thus, we come to understand what it means to look like a woman or look female, already imprinted by an anti-Black opticality and ontology of sex gender's being, both in terms of the context of the gender clinic and its extension of the logics of racial science and eugenics, but also in the context of quotidian life. What's at stake in the investigation here is the potential to reckon with Western notions of sex and gender as imperial forms that are decisive in their anti-Blackness. Rather than presume that to see is to know, or that the seen self corresponds with the sentient self, I am interested in the historical, perceptual, and epistemological conditions that make a reflected self appear transparent and foster attempts to master opacity and fluctuations in the visual field. The mythological troping of Blackness occurs in terms that inform the racial logics of sexual differences, whereby Blackness is occupied by an imagined space bound up with formlessness. This historic tethering of Black female and maternal corporeality, rather than embodiment, to formlessness in aesthetic discourses of the sublime and contiguous discourses shapes the perception of the Black female sex as simultaneously indeterminate and divergent in relation to categorical forms such as sex and gender. While negating and nullifying assignations of Blackness abound, what requires sustained investigation is the gendered and sexuating force of compounding anti-Black assignations. The way that femaleness, maternity, and feminine gender expressions marked by Blackness have been made to bear the burden of Blackness's nullification and are instrumentalized in the anxious arrangement of representation and value, and indeed in processes of figuration, including but extending far beyond the stultifying terms of sexual difference. At the heart of the philosophy of sexual difference and the science of sex is an object, indeed a specimen, completely unmoored from the empirical and lodged in myth. The myriad uses of this captive materiality as tool, implement, and prosthetic for figuration and embodiments not its own cultivates and reinforces the idea of a corporeal field, the Black and female anatomized body, that is put to a societal function that negates capacity beyond its instrumental use. A, quote, physically and psychically open space, not simply owned, but constructed and occupied by other embodiments, end quote, as Dion Brand puts it in A Map to the Door of No Return. Brand's claim that this indeterminate corporeal field operates as a transgressive trope dovetails with Toni Morrison's assertion in Playing in the Dark that Blackened people function as, quote, surrogate and enabler, end quote, in processes of white self-reflection. White self-definition and liberal discourses of freedom are coextensive and foundationally disavow that the figure of autonomy, its tacit masculinity, and its agential capacity depend on this open territory. Brand refers to this instrumentalizing occupation as inhabitation. It could also be described as the rapacious and indefatigable implementation of the reflexive and figurative capacities of Blackness on the part of non-Black people, the indiscriminate, to use Saidiya Hartman's word, enjoyment of an incarnate yet wide open territory. This open territory, or corporealized field, has been a principal instrument, if not the principal instrument, for establishing the whiteness of sex and gender's common sense and imperative. After all, the compulsory whiteness of gender norms has and continues to be a racially ontologizing consequence of relational hierarchies that accompany the ongoing past of conquest, enslavement, and imperial expansionism. This is how whiteness comes to know itself as a figure. This is how one sees and feels themselves as a figure and not simply consigned to be an imaged function. The task remains how to not overwrite the foundational scenes of anti-Black ungendering with a liberal assertion of gender inclusion. attempts to repose gender in multicultural and pluralist terms, is haunted by and instantiates the anticipatory anti-Blackness of gender. Thus, I write against a romance with the notion of gender subversion because the way that we come to recognize the subversion of gender also passes through the same anti-Black terms as its normativizing establishment. In other words, we know when people are playing with gender, transgressing gender norms, crossing gender norms, precisely through the ways that those gender norms have already been racially codified and made legible through anti-Black logic. So subversion is not a caesura, but becomes a different route to reinscription. The body is multiple: organismic body, embodiment, flesh, bodily ego, and corporeality are not reducible to each other, but are ordered and their interrelation choreographed by the illogics of anti-Blackness. In my work, I've tried to trouble an individuated societal cultural fantasy of self-mastery, self-making, and self-fashioning that is routed either through choice, self-determination, and self-definition, by staying with the anti-Black ordering of gender and its transgression. In the context of the life and death stakes of its compulsory management of life, as well as the incompleteness of subversion as a strategy. While it is readily recognized that every strategy or tactic has limitations, I also want to stay with the material gap between what subversion can accomplish and what remains of the systemic anti-Blackness gender subversion still inhabits and expresses. Thus, my work pursues the disestablishment of the ground of the individual autonomous agent in the wake of gender's racializing compulsion, while attending to the captive materialities burdened with signifiers such as Black female, Black woman, Black trans woman, and.
Good morning. First, thank you, Simone Lee, Rashida Bambray, for organizing this phenomenal, deeply inspiring event, and for bringing all of these brilliant minds together, for your amazing work, both together and as individuals, and for your camaraderie. Thank you, Nonsi Kalel Mutiti, for the beautiful design of Loophole. You are felt everywhere here. Thank you to everyone else who has organized this event and enabled these days of gathering together. I am truly honored, humbled, and quite a bit overwhelmed to be standing here before you today. Thank you for sharing your space and time with me. The Mekong River rises within the Tibetan Plateau and courses through China and most of Southeast Asia. At this particular bank of the river, on the side of Thailand and looking across at Laos, the river appears impossibly wide and has a deceptively placid, smooth, milky brown surface which only betrays its profound force and undercurrent through the thin traces of rivulets and spirals that web its surface, and the speed with which it pushes our boat back downstream. I am standing at this bank and on this boat with a handful of family members who have gathered together to scatter the remaining ashes of my father to complete a ritual that had begun 2 years prior, immediately after his death, but which had been incomplete and delayed until a month ago because of lockdowns and distance. I want to open my talk with the story of a ritual of grief and of communion for a multitude of reasons. It was quite recent. The process of commemorating and remember my father's death, his life, and its hauntings is still fresh, but also so is the release from its grip. And also because the vast majority of my family is a dispersed network of exiles and immigrants, and so moments of gathering, no matter how small, feel deeply significant. And that both of these realities of gatherings and of paternal, patriarchal hauntings and the ways we work to undo them are important to my curatorial practice, which is what I will be speaking to today. I have gathered some excerpts from past, current, and future works, predominantly via anecdotes and stories, of moments, acts, and practices, or as Denise Ferreira da Silva more profoundly names them, feats, deeds, burdens, and artifacts, but more on that later, which articulate a synthesis of the conceptual concerns and the intellectual creative interlocutors and inspirations that have driven or inspired some of my work, most of which have been framed by the work of gathering people together, and of the importance of insisting that this work is valorized and historicized. To think of exhibition making as a tool for gathering shared sensibilities and enunciative gestures of people who share practices or cosmologies of being and imagining the world, and as both activity of love and intervention. A first example, an act of love and insistent intervention. On November 17, 1963, the writer Paulette Nardal wrote a letter to a scholar of the Negritude movement in which she clarified the following, quote, L.S. Senghor and Aimé Césaire re-articulated the ideas that we launched and expressed them with more flash and brio. We were but women, true pioneers. Let us say that we blazed the trail for them, end quote. While described as bitter by its recipient, Paulette's letter firmly confronts the masculinist genealogy that had become the rote history of the Negritude movement, a cultural movement that she and her sisters, André and Jane Nardal, and countless other women, scholars, had not only contributed to, but also initiated in both intellectual and practical terms. In the 1920s, Paulette and her sisters had been the first Black students at the Sorbonne when they wrote and published extensively on Black consciousness, co-founded and edited journals that were central to the proliferation of Negritude ideas, and hosted a literary salon in their home, bringing together intellectuals of the Anglophone and Francophone Black diaspora to discuss these ideas. Now, in this letter written later in life, Paulette argued passionately for the importance of her sister Jane's texts on Pan-African racial consciousness, stating that they presaged their male counterparts' essays, which had been canonized as foundational. The Nardal sisters were not the only scholars of Negritude obscured by the long shadows cast by limited historical narrative. Suzanne Russi-Césaire was a writer, theorist, and philosopher whose texts synthesized the tangible and intangible concerns of Negritude and Surrealism in order to construct identities and historical narratives that allowed a radical pluralism, encompassing vast geographies and wide temporal scales while accommodating the inherent instability and incoherence of the construction of both identity and history. Her writing acknowledged itself as an ongoing process of connection, one which would reveal itself at times and at others remain obscured, both by choice or circumstance. This brief account of Paulette's epistolary missive and of Suzanne's work is an excerpt from the introduction for a small, limited edition curatorial publication that I produced in 2018 for the 10th Berlin Biennale for Contemporary Art. Strange Attractors followed the principle espoused by the late curator B.C. Silva that books serve as exhibition platforms as well, and took the premise of a mathematical term within chaos theory of the fractal pattern that a chaotic system follows, such as the rivulets in the water of the Mekong River. The book was an exercise in uncertainty and a search for analog strategies of opacity. It borrowed from Edward Glissant's statement in his indispensable essay for opacity, which continues the discourse Suzanne established in the 1940s of the radical plurality of subjectivities, that, quote, human behaviors are fractal in nature, end quote. The letter's games and art projects within Strange Attractors engage with notions of glitch, cosmology, relationality, and scale. They reflected how our unstable personal cosmologies and ever-evolving epistemologies are the result of the tenuous ties that bind our relations. Paulette Nardal's letter confronted the inherently incomplete nature of canonical historical narratives and simultaneously insisted upon being included within it, At the same time, the historical exclusion and contemporary inclusion of the sisters and their salons as integral founders of Négritude instigates an interesting shift in the rote hierarchization of formal and informal exchange, of those deemed as facilitators, mediators, or those who are contributors to history. Paulette's letter is as much about honoring the important work of gathering, but also the strength of sisterly love. The important work accomplished through the camaraderie of women and femmes is, of course, what has made the work of Audre Lorde return so centrally in these past few years of my work, and in many ways invoked through the work of Alexis Pauline Gumbs. Lorde's writings, of course, but really her commitment to connecting to and building global networks of feminist camaraderie and solidarity are key. This can be best seen in the writings that she engaged with fellow poet and friend, Pat Parker, particularly one written October 12, 1974, which outlined and insisted to Pat how and who to contact to get some poems published and paid for. Another breathtakingly beautiful trace of one of the women Audre loved and who loved her can be found in the Spelman College archives that house Audre Lorde's papers. Mildred Thompson, an American abstract painter and sculptor, gave to Audre a diminutive notebook of intricately detailed black ink drawings, which she titled A Female Landscape, reproduced in full in Strange Attractors. Dated 1977, the same year as when Audre was diagnosed with breast cancer, the notebook features abstracted cosmic swirls and female forms converging to reveal endless landscapes, mountains of breasts as hilltops, 6 pairs of eyes serves as stars above, a promise of cosmic connection as a vulva unfolds in the swirling lines of a night sky. Audre wrote in the service of Black and queer women, striving to find language to empower them, to make connections, and to connect with them. It was for this reason that when she learned that her cancer had returned and had to struggle not only with the disease but also with the dehumanizing medical conflicts in pursuit of treatment in the last 2 decades of her life, she published a series of journal entries or prose monologues in order to share her experience, to heighten awareness of issues related to women's health, and to ask us, quote, how do we learn to love each other while we are embattled on so many fronts, written on June 21st, 1984 in Berlin. This question has provided the core of an ongoing project in collaboration with my friend and collaborator, the curator Thiago de Paula Souza, whom I met while we were co-curating the 10th Berlin Biennial for Contemporary Art in 2018, We Don't Need Another Hero, together with Gabi Ntobo, Yvette Mutumba, and Moses Serebiri, and which included the work of the brilliant Grada Quilomba. How do we learn to love each other while we are embattled on so many fronts raises questions of how does one teach or share? How does one survive? How does one fight? How does one repair? How does one nourish? In the summer of 2021, we organized an 8-week-long series of online workshops around the same questions upon the invitation of artist Sam Sami and Yasaman Orang at Tankstation, an artist-run project space in the Netherlands. These workshops were held online and for a group of invited international participants. The workshops unfolded through an open and speculative approach in which we shared projects we found appropriately responsive to the generative query of how, and while also creating a reading list, glossary, and implementing an initial model for an ethically redistributed budget. Our current collaborative work continues around this question, both as a 2-year nomadic curatorial program at Vleeschel Center in the Netherlands, but most recently at a newly opened group exhibition, Parasite, in Hong Kong, titled While We Are Embattled. While We Are Embattled is a group exhibition that emerged from this question and is now focused on its conjunctive clause. In so doing, it adopts the multifold meanings held within a conjunction as a grammatical term for a part of speech that serves as a connector, as an instance of simultaneous occurrence, and finally, as it relates to the movements of interstellar cosmic bodies and their interrelated relationships. This exhibition evolves from the question posed and actions adopted by Black women artists and feminists, including but not solely Lorde, but in large part to the theoretical frameworks provided through the first Loophole retreat gathering at the Guggenheim. The artist and academic Denise Ferreira da Silva describes the work of Black feminists and artists as doings, and these doings as feats, burdens, and artifacts which are enacted in the face of, despite and beyond certain persistent states of embattlement. During the first iteration of Loophole Retreat, the Guggenheim, she spoke and wrote in influx. Because how refers to what has and has not already been done, to what takes place at this exact moment and in that other unimagined place. Because how recalls infinity. All I do here is share with you another possible how, another Black feminist doing inspired by the kind of sensibility announced when one attends to doings that are always and simultaneously feats, deeds, burdens, artifacts, end quote. In describing artistic work as the actions and matter which result from unbounded sensibility produced through certain societal conditions, and by focusing on the process, the how of the work, rather than on its formal structures, Ferreira da Silva offers an aesthetic understanding predicated on an unbounded sensibility, which allows for a fractal image of the world. This is a guiding principle in our process of curation for this exhibition, to engender not a method but a practice of curation, to attend to works and practices that process and address states of embattlement in ways that enact and/or enable this unbounded sensibility, to offer possibilities of fractal worlds full of complexities, contradictions, and implications which offer possibilities for future engagement. The terms of engagement of the works within While We Are Embattled have not been defined by individual subjectivities, but through shared sensibilities, or as we would like to think of, through a politics of affection. To borrow the words of Suzanne Césaire again, this exhibition strives to present the shared dramas we collectively experience. Quote, "It is now vital to dare to know oneself, to dare to confess to oneself what one is, to dare to ask oneself what one wants to be. Here also people are born, live, and die. Here also the entire drama is played out." End quote. I think this was quoted yesterday as well. 2 examples. Exploring the generative potential of collective fabulation of myths and folk tales, Noor Abed's film, Our Songs Are Ready for All the Wars to Come, brings together footage of Palestinian women performing both everyday rituals and particular rites of death and mourning. Filmed in an ancient Roman archaeological site located in the village of Al-Jib, northwest of Jerusalem, the rituals performed by the women intimately connect to the land. The women, played by the artist's mother and other family members, converge around an empty water well. Their actions are brought together by the chanting of Palestinian singer and composer Maya Kaldi. In filming these choreographed rites and rituals on Super 8 film, which harkens to an archival aesthetic, Abed creates her own mythology of common space, which exists beyond the dominant discourses that so often limit possibilities of subjectivity and political articulations. This film poses the question how myth and folklore and other forms of collective fabulation can provide a common methodology. How can myth and folklore provide a common methodology for narrative autonomy and also serve as our tools for reclamation and recovery? Mohsin Alahiari's research-based project series entitled She Who Sees the Unknown focuses on ancient Persian, Arabic, and Islamic mythology of queer feminine force of the jinn, a powerful supernatural spirit figure invisible to humans but which hold great influence upon the workings of the world. Using digital technologies such as 3D simulation and digital fabrication, Alahiari's research and artwork refigures these ancient, monstrous figures and their associated myths in order to interrogate the lived and historical realities of colonialism, patriarchy, and ecological crisis, and to queer their associated normative narratives. The multimedia installation, Aisha Kandisha, presents the multifaceted non-binary jinn who is associated with bodies of water such as rivers and who is said to have the power to possess and transform men through direct confrontation. It offers the possibility for self-reflection through trance and asks how shared narratives of anger and mourning can become common tools of enunciation and collective transformation. On a recent visit to my grandmother's farm, in a small village in an increasingly right-wing and radical Poland, I offered her a handful of rocks I'd gathered during an afternoon stroll. Marveling that I still practiced this childhood pastime, she led me to her china cabinet and showed me a rock I had found, loved, and gifted to her as a child. This small rock, long forgotten for nearly 2 decades by its gatherer, had sat nestled between family photos and crystal vases, as had a small urn of my father's ashes ensconced in a family shrine, patiently waiting for the moment when they could once again serve to remind us of the depth and antinomies of our love. I would like to end with a short quotation from a poem by James Baldwin, which serves as the beginning of a postponed project that I'm working on, which takes its departure point from an interstellar body that is both ambivalently categorized, is in a constant state of formation, and holds complicated but generative relationships with their cosmic fellows. Describing the work of birds in a poem titled Munich, Winter 1973, for YS, Baldwin writes, "They are aware that on long journeys, each bears the other, whirring, stirring, love occurring in the middle of the terrifying air." Thank you.
Good morning. Simone, thank you for your work, for your knowledge, for your intelligence, for your vision, and for your love. Thank you, Rashida, Sadia, Tina. Nomaduma, thank you for the beautiful words as well. Today, I want to share with you the making of my last piece, The Boat. I will speak kind of freely. I will show you images and videos. I just want to take you into the journey of making an artwork. I often see my work as a book, and each artwork as a chapter. And each chapter leads me to the next. So The Boat started during the making of a previous chapter, a performance and video work on Antigona. Antigona is a story about a woman whose two brothers died. They kill each other for power. King Creon, the ruler, however, has proclaimed that one brother should be buried with a ceremony, while the other, for opposing his governance and politics, should be left on the road as food for dogs and birds. The king has proclaimed that anyone who tries to bury his body will face death. The story raised fundamental questions for me around death and life, ceremony and ritual, mourning, memory, and forgetting. Whose bodies can be mourned and buried properly? Whose bodies can be named, remembered, or even celebrated in a public space? Whose bodies are human enough to be remembered and to have a place of rest? In this myth, King Creon did not allow the brother to be buried because he wanted him to be forgotten. When ritual and ceremony are forbidden, not only history can be forgotten, but above all, memory cannot be produced. Antigona, however, has decided to bury a brother, to remember him in a place and a time. So, for the boat, I wanted to continue working on these questions, but in the realm of the public space. Nicola, maybe I need your help to continue. Thank you. I meticulously studied public monuments and sculptures surrounding us in Europe, in Lisbon, in Berlin, in Brussels, in Madrid and Paris. The monuments obsessively narrate the colonial history as a moment of glory and of adventure, with an infantile fantasy and language about discoveries, as if a continent with millions of people could be discovered. The boat was used always as a symbol. And I asked myself, what were these boats represented in these monuments were carrying in their bottom, inside their belly? And how can one of the longest and most outrageous episodes of human history, the transatlantic slave trade, be erased and forgotten in public spaces? And how is this erasure or the forgetting of the past related to repetition and cyclical violence in the presence? What stories are told in public spaces? How are they told? Told by whom? And where not? I started drawing a piece with 32 meters long, composed by 146 pieces of burned wood, which became metaphorical tombs for the millions of Africans enslaved and displaced and displayed at the bottoms of the boat. I wanted to create a place of grief, a choreography of contemplation, a performative ritual, a place to remember, to mourn, to name who have not been named at all in a public space. We started by burning the pieces of wood. This was a very emotional process because the wood only reveals its skin once burned. And indeed, it is a unique skin. I remember when we did this process, we had to dig 2 big holes on the soil, one for fire and one for water. It is a performative process. You place the wood first in fire, then in the water. And once it is burned, it starts revealing a unique identity. It reveals skin, scars, and wounds. So it was the perfect surface to tell the story. With a black surface was also ideal for me to engrave the poem. I started then the second phase by writing a poem. The poem is composed by 18 verses. And once it was written, in several communities, I started searching for translators. The poem was translated in several languages, and in the pieces was engraved in 5 languages. First, Yoruba, second, in Kimbundu, third, in Creole from Cabo Verde, Portuguese, English, and Arabic from Syria. These were the languages from the past, but above all, the very same languages that are spoken today in the boats, not of the transatlantic slave trade, but passing the Mediterranean and many other seas. The repetition again. I arrived 3 days ago from London, where we just finished installing this piece at the Somerset House. It is a very meaningful stage, I would say, to receive, to occupy, and to interrupt the Royal Courtyard in London with a 32 meters long boat. The poem is at the very heart of the boat, so it invites the audience to enter the boat as a labyrinth and to bow to these metaphorical bodies or tombs and to read. I wanted to work with what I was informed by black feminist or black radical feminism. I wanted to work with materials that are not eternal and forms that are not phallic, like most of the sculptures in public spaces. From far, you actually do not see the sculpture or the installation. You have to enter. You have to move into it. It smells once you enter the courtyard of burned wood, and you have to read it. You have to bow, you have to pay respect. I wanted to create this contemplation, this choreography of contemplation. I must say that after some tragic episodes that we always encounter in our journeys, Simone was the most loving person who called me immediately and said, "Come and bring the boat to Venice to open the exhibition." We tried everything, but of course the logistic did not allow it at all. So I'm happy we are here showing the boat digitally. After the boat installed and done, the installation as a sculpture and a poem, I started working with Calaf Epalanga, who is a musician and a writer. And from the poem, we started composing sounds and human voices for the performance while I was designing the performance. It was very important for me where the work was first shown in Lisbon, at Boca, at the Biennale of Lisbon. I wanted to bring this piece into close to the water, in the city where I was born and grew up, And I wanted to invite a community of performers to activate and to make this piece alive in Portugal. So I started doing the storyboard for the performance. We started working in the music around the poem. And I started rehearsing with an ensemble of 20 opera voices, from contraltos to tenor, all from the different African diasporas in the periphery of Lisbon, where I grew up, with ballet dancers and with percussionists. They are an ensemble of around 30 people. We performed in Lisbon, and next week I invite you all, those who can fly to London. We will present on the 13th and 14th the performance in London. I finish with a very short trailer, some images put together that show a little bit of the work and of the movements, the choreography, the installation, and the poetry. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan Barand, and I am a candidate for a master's in visual and critical studies at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and a graduate of Spelman College. I am thrilled to briefly introduce the next hour of presenters for Loophole Retreat, Venice. Francoise Roger is a Franco-Reunionese activist, curator, and writer. She also curates exhibitions and decolonial workshops and performances with artists, refugees, and activists of color. Her most recent publication is titled A Feminist Theory of Violence. Sandra Jackson Dumont is a curator, author, educator, administrator, and public advocate for reimagining the role of art museums in society. She has served as director and chief executive officer of the New Lucas Museum of Narrative Art since January 2020. Dionne Brand is a renowned poet, novelist, and essayist. Amongst her award-winning poetry books are Ozueris, winner of the prestigious Griffin Poetry Prize, and The Blue Clerk, winner of the Trillium Book Award. Her most recent nonfiction work is an autobiography of the autobiography of reading. She served as Toronto's third Poet Laureate and was named to the Order of Canada. Olumide Popola is a Nigerian-German writer based in London. In 2018, Olumide curated Berlin's inaugural International African Book Fest, Writing in Migration. She created The Future is Back, a program for emerging LGBTQ+ writers. Olumide's acclaimed novel, When We Speak of Nothing, was published in 2017. Her novel, The Swimmer, is due out in 2023. Enjoy.
Good morning. Little impressed. Thank you must be given and repeated. So thank to Simone, Rashida, Sadie Yatina, for making this extraordinary gathering possible. Thank to everyone, to those who clean also, to those who feed us, thank you. As the last summer went on and news were not getting better, rise of fascism in Europe and elsewhere, increasing femicide and transphobia, more incarceration of Black people, imperialist war, climate disaster, and more exhaustion of the planet, Palestine occupied, refugee being hunted, harassed, and murdered, I felt a thought coming from everywhere, that we were living in dark time and darker times were ahead. At the end of August, in an email exchange, I answered to Christina's sharp query how I was doing with, as best I could be in this cruel time, but when were they not cruel? And she wrote back, as you say, when have they not been cruel, but so much is unmasked, and the cruelty compound at an astonished rate. A remark summarized what I've been working on, the state of permanent war being waged since the advent of European modernity against Black, Indigenous, and old people around the world, but also effectively how so much is being unmasked and how the cruelty are compounding as an astonishing rate indeed. There is not a day we do not witness unmasked cruelty, that pleasure taken in the distress and suffering of any sentient being, but mostly about Black people. Not a day that we do not observe the structural selectivity of racial capitalism. What I mean by the state of permanent war is not just the tank, the bomb, the police, but also the contaminated air, land and water, the fabricated vulnerability, the destruction of the living condition for billions of people. The fact that in Europe, and on the border between Mexico and the United States, between Morocco and Spain, in the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, in the Channel, Southern Africans are being hunted, attacked, murdered by the police, the racists and the fascists. They're forced to live in sub-freezing temperature, or drowning, dying without sepulture. Let us remember that in November 2021, not long ago, on the Belarus-Poland borders, thousands of refugees from Africa, Syria, and Afghanistan were locked in what Frantz Fanon has called a zone of non-being. Many died, frozen alive in the forest, bone and flesh mixing with the leaves and roots of European soil, as enslaved African bone and flesh had been mixed with the soil of the Caribbean island and the Americas. In June 2022, dozens of Africans were killed by the Moroccan police on the Melilla border, and we don't know still now where their bodies are. After the invasion of Ukraine, African students and professionals living in Ukraine were pushed back at the border with Poland. Borders are electrified, walls are being built. But once they are in Europe, state and capital exploit Black people, refugees and migrants, because if Black bodies are excess, they also are a source of profit as capital. The economy of exhaustion that is endemic to racial capitalism produced psychic, mental, and bodily depletion and showed its naked brutality during the pandemic. And that economy of exhaustion has a long history in the modern world. It started with colonial slavery, mining human energy to death. It's still with us. European bourgeoisie comfortable life needs to continue to extract and mine to exhaustion Black life. I would like to focus on one aspect of the state of permanent war waged by racial capitalism. It's the politic of unbreathing. Every year, more people in the global south and among minorities in the north of color, Black minority, are dying of air pollution than of any other cause. More and more Black and brown babies are born with smaller lungs and with more respiratory disease than white babies. Toxic air pollution particles are now found in lungs and brains of unborn Black and brown babies. Premature death is being programmed in the Black and brown womb. Contaminated air embodies the anti-life politic of racism. Toxic fumes, nuclear and chemical industry, waste dumping, bad housing, bad water. The waste that imperialist army leave behind, all this lead to the greater rate of lung cancer, of asthma, and other respiratory disease. Breathing. I Can Breathe is not only the cry that denounces police violence, but also the protest against the making of an irrespirable planet. Attacking breathing is attacking the possibility of life, of Black life. And thus the struggle for breathing is a revolutionary struggle. It is a struggle for abolition, revolution. It's a struggle because we know that air, water, and land, interconnection, make breathing possible. So what kind of care is needed to counter racist politic of unbreathing and poisoning? What kind of depoisoning practice we must imagine and create and develop? What medical plant we will learn, to protect our lungs? What space we will need to build? I turn to the ancestor, to the Maroon, and seek political alliance with them. I want to learn from the refugee and sanctuary they built to escape death, from suffocation, for unbreathing and the exhaustion of the body, of the spirit and mind. And in this history, the hidden but essential role of Black women in setting refugees and sanctuary and keeping them alive. And from them I ask, what kind of refugee and sanctuary do we need to build today? Refuge and sanctuary, as I say, have always been built. Think of the Underground Railroad. Think Maroon community. Think the underground network of solidarity during wars of liberation in Angola, in Congo, in South Africa, in Colombia, in Mexico, in the Caribbean. Think bookstores. Think libraries, think safe house, think Black women's clinic, school internship, think medical plant, think the fresh hand of the healer on our feverish front, calming us, making us breathing again. Think the long history of anti-racist, queer, feminist, Black refuge and sanctuary. Think of now and here. Refuge and sanctuary, we would have the right to rest, to dream, to be loved and to love, to find joy and hope. Where to find also fake papers, to cry, to speak, to remain silent. Where to find clothes, food, and ear and a shoulder, a warm shower and a warm, clean bed. The right to rest, the right to breathe. The space of marriage where courage, hope, love, desire are found. Where we learn the tactic to fight back, and not to be afraid of being afraid. And that's normal and legitimate to be afraid. The enemy is relentless and very cruel. Learning to overcome fear, where also we mourn those who lost their life in the struggle, where we imagine the world we want and elaborate the kind of struggle necessary to abolish this world, to do the abolition revolution that is becoming more and more urgent. A refuge and sanctuary where we envision, as William Anderson has written, a nation that does not need to be a nation and that does not need to be on a map. Breathing as Black life, as a revolutionary act. The scream of the newborn baby with lungs open, the leaves of the tree, the flower, the butterfly, the animal on the land and the sea, the bodies of water, that immense, vast world of breathing. In Eastern Africa and Madagascar, indigenous philosophy do not see a rupture between land and sea, land and bodies of water. They see a continuum, a vast world of interconnection, a breathing space with many lungs, forest and sea breathing, river and soil, and breathing lives for us. They also see entangled temporality. They don't see a linear time. In Madagascar, for instance, people say that the past is before us because we know it, and the future is behind us. We don't know it, and it comes to us when the new year arrives, and then we can build it, we can imagine. But we also have to work when we imagine that future world, the entangled temporality that racial capitalism has built for us, but also the entangled temporality of struggle. The past that is still present, the present that we are living, and the future that we are building, that the repair of the past that we still are repairing, the present that we need to repair because it's being destroyed as we are speaking today, and the future which is already being destroyed by racial capitalism and imperialist war. That understanding of time as entangled, as being together, we understand that the memory of the past nourishes the memory of the future and of the present. I would like to conclude with a paragraph of a poem that celebrates Marooning in Réunion Island. In Réunion Island, you have a lot of mountain, and the Maroon, we are going into the mountain, and from the mountain, all the coast is flat, and this were the plantation. All the coasts bear a Catholic name, and the mountains still have the Malagasy name of the Maroon. Though even, the name, even though they were forgotten, they really printed their name on the island. They made their memory alive. So I'm going to read it in Creole, so let me get in my space. Tête piton, un gardien, qui voit depuis long la terre et la mer. Tête piton, un gardien soleil, avec niaz, il veille si lit. Tête piton, un gardien pour mes places d'âne, il veille si ban la braise. Tête piton, où sa bonne sirène, il veille la mer, il espère, il rappelle. Tête piton, il espère le souvenir, et il donne à lui son romance l'avenir. And the last sentence, Sentinel, summit that wait for memory and give to memory its songs of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, how good and perfect it is to be here. I was just quickly, I feel like everybody I speak to talks about being on the plane and just assuming every Black person on the plane was coming here. And nobody has gotten on the microphone to say that yet, so I just feel like the universal head nod goes everywhere with you. So, thank you, Rashida, Simone, Tina, Sadia, all the organizers that wrangled us to be here today. I feel seen, and that is pleasant. All right, I'm just going to dive in. So in Harriet Jacobs' Loophole of Retreat, she describes a tool, a gimlet that her uncle used to make the trap door, the space where she found refuge for 7 years. She says, and I quote, "One day I hit my head against something and found it was a gimlet. My uncle had left it sticking there when he made the trap door. I was as rejoiced as Robinson Crusoe could have been at finding such a treasure. It put a lucky thought in my head. I said to myself, now I will have some light. Now I will see my children. I do not dare to begin my work during the daytime for fear of attracting attention. But I groped around, and having found the side next to the street where I would frequently see my children, I stuck the gimlet in and waited for evening. I bored 3 holes, one above another. Then I bored out the interstices between. I thus succeeded in making one hole about 1 inch long and 1 inch broad. I sat by it till late into the night to enjoy the whiff of air that floated in. In the morning, I watched for my children," end quote. Now listen, to be honest with you, until I read Miss Jacobs' account of her time in the interstitial space of her uncle's house, I had only and must say exclusively heard or known of a gimlet to be an elegant cocktail of gin or sometimes vodka mixed, stirred and shaken with lime juice. But when I read Miss Jacobs' intimate and beautifully rendered text, I learned of a more useful, instructive definition for this word. A gimlet, a small T-shaped tool with a screw tip for boring holes. A gimlet, what a special tool. Wouldn't it be wise for one to carry a gimlet everywhere one goes? Wouldn't it be wise, intentional, or even freeing for me, for us, for Black women to walk around with the gimlet sewn into the hem of a sleeve, or depending on its size, tucked in like a $20 bill into our bras? Perhaps one should consider carrying a physical, metaphorical, or even theoretical gimlet. You know, just a little something for those times and conditions that feel precarious and unsafe. Imagine that for a second. Truly, imagine that. Think about those times when you were experiencing darkness and you needed some light to shine your way, to shine on you. Imagine being able to access your little gimlet in those moments or in those spaces when you were in desperate need of retreat or you needed to retreat. Wouldn't it be comforting to know that you had this little thing right here in your left bra? You could reach for that gimlet, and like Harriet Jacobs, you can bore 3 rows of holes, one above one another. And you can, amidst your situation, quietly, unbeknownst to anyone, succeed in making one hole about 1 inch long and 1 inch broad to enjoy a whiff of air that would undoubtedly float in. Sovereignty and self-determination and medicine, or approaches to physical, spiritual, natural, and supernatural ailments, were 2 of the prompts that were given to us. Today, I'd like to take a few minutes of your time, or a few more minutes of your time, to share some thinking I've been doing about narratives, or stories, or paths for self-determination, and or memory as medicine. Narratives are the stories we live with. They inform how we view and understand the world. They give shape and character to real events, imagined realities, and systems of power. Narrative art gives visual form to specific stories and the meanings they contain. They stretch across time, culture, and language, kind of like the head nod. I'd like to share some evolving thinking by introducing you to Miss Edie Jackson. Okay, oops. Can you go back? So this is Miss Edie Nat Jackson, also known as my mother or my maker. She was born in 1938 in rural Mississippi to my grandmother, who held the same exact name. And if she was a dude, she'd probably go by Junior, but instead they call her Sweet. Or as my cousin would say, ain't sweet. Every day she rises, she washes her face first with warm water and then with cold water. Immediately after, she applies red lipstick to her lips. She then presses and rubs her thin little lips together. She smacks them a little bit, just to ensure that she has them covered. Then she puts a dab of red lipstick on each of her cheeks. She picks up the mirror. She doesn't need it for her lips, but she needs it for the cheeks. She picks up the mirror and she just smooths it out a little bit. She smooths it across her very high cheekbones to make blush. She pulls out her pocket mirror just to hold it up so she can see it. She lets out a little chuckle and she says, just above a whisper, but also so the nurses can hear it, "You a bad bitch." Followed by, "Look at God." This woman has always run the streets with little to no respect for fear, literally. From rolling up, she uses a wheelchair. From rolling up on conversations at the corner spot, or arriving at Sunday service however she wants to at Union Springs Missionary Baptist Church, to attending funerals for friends that have gone on to be with the elders, followed by bingo and back. These last few years have delivered significant health challenges to Sweet, challenges that have changed her life and changed how she sees the world. As a result, she's gone from enacting her lipstick ritual and using her electric wheelchair like a car to traverse the city to needing round-the-clock care. This major shift in her health has come under the cover of dementia. And therefore, we are surrounded by bouts of stress, frustration, anger, and the balance of joy and happiness. My mother and I speak every day, where she reminds me that I am the fifth of her 5 children. I am not her mama. While our conversations are textured and extremely detailed, for the most part, they have become also very repetitive. Like the hook to a song that you like, but after playing it a lot, you're kind of like, I don't know. This song for her feels fresh, though, every time she tells it within the stretch of 10 minutes. As her condition evolves, I have noticed that for her, time is elastic. I've learned that people with dementia can lose their sense of duration and their ability to comprehend how much time has passed and what state of time we're in. It is often experiencing what is called time shifting, meaning that she is living at an earlier time in her life, and she's talking to me as if I were there with her. Only I may not have even been born or been there, or I might have been there. This time shifting leads to her being disoriented and confused, and it sometimes affects how she understands the world, and it affects how we understand her. For the last few months, our conversations have either been repetitive, as I mentioned, but there's also been mainly shaped by her short-term memories. And on the other hand, there are those watershed moments where she shares, detailed accounts of experiences, real, reconstructed, and sometimes imagined. Those moments seem to have been buried deep in her personal archives. Sometimes her words are gentle and full of tender, loving care, like when she says, "You know, God gave you to me. Girl, don't you know you divinely protected?" She says it like, literally, God walked up to her, handed her a beautifully wrapped box, and she opened the lid, and there it was inside. Shiny and as sweet as can be. That's my rendition of that, but just a minute. I like to think I got some of that name, but anyway. Then there are the other days when she is beside herself with anger and she is screaming with frustration for being misunderstood or being able to do what she is accustomed to do, singing out, "Oh my God, I'm old, I ain't dead. And I don't feel free." I was recently rereading Audre Lorde's Eye to Eye, Black Women, Hatred. She began by writing, quote, "Every Black woman in America lives her life somewhere along a wide curve of ancient and unexpressed angers. My Black women's anger is a molten pond at the core of me," she says, "my most fiercely guarded secret. I know how much of my life as a wonderful feeling woman is laced through with this net of rage." She goes on to say, "It is an electric thread woven into every emotional tapestry upon which to set the essentials of my life. A boiling hot spring likely to erupt at any point, leaping out of my consciousness like a fire on the landscape. How to train that anger with accuracy rather than deny it has been one of the major tasks of my life," end quote. When I read this text by Lorde, I think of my mother in these moments. And I start to become unsure about if my mother is responding to dementia or her Black womanness. In any case, Lorde helps me understand the potential accuracy with which my mother is telling these stories. It is in these moments of complete frustration when I am witnessing my mother relive her life script that I wish I had a gimlet to give her. We recently packed up her apartment, and in doing so, I paid closer attention to what I saw than I ever have. She had papered the walls, she had collaged the walls of her apartment with images, items, objects that were of interest or of importance to her. There were these pictures of our family, our friends, including Michael Jackson, James Brown. Reverend Ike, if you're from, President Obama. These walls were filled with awards, articles, and honors of mine, birthday cards we'd made for her, plastic flowers, obituaries, wedding pictures, knickknacks. I took this out, but I'm gonna put it back in because you guys seem like a friendly group. Kama Sutra images. When I stood back and looked at these walls, I realized that her apartment was an installation. And I was standing, unbeknownst to me, in the contours of her memories, in her hopes, her aspirations. I was in the loophole of her retreat. These objects, these things, these are her gimlets. These are the tools that she employs to bore holes through the opaque and inconsiderate slippage called dementia. Each of these objects she has brought to these walls allows her to access her life that she once knew, or how she hoped it was, or how she wished it would be. These are the holes that grant access to the air and the light. As someone whose work is about museums and making meaning in these places, and making them functional, deliberately usable for our everyday existence, and bound up in the everyday lives of people, I am moved by my mother's deep and incisive understanding of how to make lives relevant through things. And for years, I saw this as stuff. My mother, my maker, Miss Edie Mae Jackson, sweet, recently experienced her 84th rotation around the sun. And while celebrating, she kept telling us stories. You know, we couldn't even interrupt her. She was like, I'm talking. I asked her for permission to speak here about her today, to you specifically. I described what I knew this room would look like, that it looked like her. And I described that this was a room of care, of this thing that she doesn't really know about or anything, like this scholarship thing, right? And that it was bred out of a sense of intentionality. I told her about Harriet Jacobs and the 7 years she spent in the loophole of her retreat. And she said, 7 years? What? She spent 7 years in that tiny little space watching her kids play? I said, yeah, among other things, yes, she did. And then she said, in the most complimentary way, now that's a bad bitch. I responded to her by asking her, do you think she wore red lipstick? Thank you all for allowing me to share this thinking. Thank you for allowing me. Thank you for allowing me to share this thinking. I've been really struggling with how to bring my worlds together. I don't come from this, but I come from this, And so I've been doing this work on narratives and all these stories, and I'm so grateful that I realize that these stories, these paths for self-determination, and that these memories are medicine. And I look forward to seeing you in 2025 as we dedicate this museum to the art of storytelling. And in the meantime, I might be selling gimlets soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. I just bought the first gimlet from Sandra as I was walking across. I am happy to be here. I want to say to Rashida Bumbry, sonorous ululations. And to Simone Lee, I want to give this most precious gesture of poetry. That preceding silence. And I just want to read from a new work called Nomenclature for the Time Being. I'm gonna wait till the bells stop. Oh no, maybe it's good. Maybe it works. The apocalyptic dreams, the apocalyptic reports have come true. Dilute in our arterial solvent. The atrocities saturate our latent notebooks. We stay awake, lambent. There are iridium rectangles under our tables. We meet, languid, nauseous, transfused presently for a few decades, chronic, venous, insufficient the intervals of talk, speed to nothing, and we've become scientists of without, under force, out of water, across loading, with bearings of us. Nothing will come from our innocence. You know that. No discoveries in old texts, no modern symmetries, no revelations, no wisdoms to be admired, messages to be deciphered, smuggled to each generation, or so prescient they require philosophers. These were not clandestine works. There are no secret hallways waiting for the transcriber of great portents. It's simple. The wars they recorded were the wars they won. Let me be plain with you. These portraitures are portraitures of what we suspect. The illuminated manuscripts are just the gaudy sacredness of violence. The electronic leeches downloaded their data bulk. I, for one, understood this eventually. My tendons were xenolith by then, of course. The tectonic plates zigzagging, shivering against us. There was that time in a room in Calle Nueva when the world crushed my chest, like the world, like a boulder, as if the world were a boulder, as if gravity knitted sternum to finger, to hill, to lip, to thread, to floor, to chair, to boat, to gull, to Calle Nueva Alta, to thought, to hem, to a bus, to 3 note pencils, to umbrella, to foot, to insect, to jaw, to stem, to M8 lagoon nebula, to deneb, to fish, to velocity, to sheet, to wing, to light socket, to metal rail, to postage, as if gravity melted oxygen tank, to grief, to hip, to shoreline, to chair, to drinking glass, to green light, to xiphoid, to November, to tailpipe, to insect, to transcriptome. I know everything. I'm not innocent. It was 5 a.m. all day that day. The sky, if I say the sky is small arithmetic, its inscription, its echo through one undone instance and the other, We discovered new diseases traveling the floor of our tissue. We leathered these in catalogs of our antigens, what with one thing and another. I am only uttering every other word, skirting all articulations shaped by ideology. Wary of this, understand it has been several winters to the next. We lost absorption. We broke this down into subtle molecules. We needed iodine, polyphenols, annatoseeds, the analytics of arriving, and the whole dictionary of the knowledge of seabirds not to succumb. The storekeepers set up as our guardians and our friends and our comrades. They smiled with us one day. They took whiskey with our enemies too. To begin, the year was endless. The occipital lobe driven, maximizing propylene yields. How the cyclical literatures made our arteries theoretical, which is to say, I myself, I'm sick today, sick always. In the tetravalence in any specific quadrant or the orbits elemental and inorganic seeming, a stellar career I have made of waiting. Carbon, seeing what they saw on the periphery, they now see in matter and resurrect and replicate the dayless days. The beautiful innocence of those who live at the center of empire, their wonderful smiles, their sweet delight, and their singular creation of the word hope. When I am actually dying, but now we enjoy them, their sweetness, their love of us. We envy their cuisine, their insouciance. No, I am not being facetious. I am honest in my lovely amazement. The scrim of their philosophies, when they say humanity, everyone, we, these are not lies. We misapprehend the function of language and speech. How can I assure anyone there is no rancor? Trust me on this. And our razor-bladed veins, our cardboard signs saying, do not look at me. We have our precious luggage in our hands all day long. Our feet are against the ocean crust, palmate with every intention to listen like moths and leaves. We freeze in summers on the mere thought of winter approaching. What is it to talk as if the world you know is the world? To atomize. They used copper, lead, aluminum, iron and tin, cadmium and nickel for deaths again and again. So we were circuited by death, abbreviated. Look how we hung heavy in our funereal clothing, lead antimony alloy encased in soft brass jackets. How we walked before the cameras, disguised in our tears, as if we were that cruel to ourselves, and wore hardened steel just to please them. They shoved microphones into our bawling mouths, and grief looked like archaeology. I notice the famished globe. I do. The dead theory of humanity in Spanish and Italian, the Anglo-American prison of thought in a bookshop on Calle Porvenir in Cartagena. I have seen the translations and the instructional manual on the economics of morphology and phonology. The worst things they said about me, they said every time, and I don't mourn this. I read their bulletins. I am measuring their temperature. I am making my diagnosis of their sentences and their ailment. I take it by their syntax. They are not alive. The bandages I undid from these wounds, the sulfathiazole we kept in the glass cabinet, the poultices and salves, the ocular washes, the saline lacrimal solutions I dispensed, they've all run out. This does not seek a remedy. This does not seek a balm. This needs and ending. I am not suggesting anything called human. That is a discredited theory. Their most gentle imagining is bitter with expertise. These people with their crude minds think they can love anything, think they can see anything, think they can know the art of the world. All their lives are spent clawing the grace of things, mangling the sheen of things. They lift their arms and displace millions. Why am I on earth with these people? The monsters are talking all over the world. They are talking an insane language. In this language, we are inanimate. They are cytotoxic and happy. They are multidisciplinary macrophage, and we are finding it hard to move our limbs again. The government sent me the results. My cervix was normal. The racial intrigue spinning off local narrations of stasis, the layers of inconceivability, intractable narrations, unforgivable narrations that may cause at any moment explosions that I suppress, but they detonate nevertheless in me the duration of stones. I owe my beating heart a debt for its endurance, its persistence, its profound knowledge that is beyond any capacity to know its amplitude, for taking these detonations and insisting on living, on beating, jumping to the roof of the ribs. I cannot know this latitude. I do not know its duration. I am destroying it, I am sure. I cannot conclude. This is the region outside the geometry of other considerations. I do not know its distractions, the scab of its work. I interpret small signs of its breathless career, and I know its weight. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Deep gratitude to Simone Lee, Rashida Bumbry, Sadia Hartman, Tina Kant, to all of you for your collective beauty, brilliance, vulnerability, and care. I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing. I intended to present something entirely different. And what happened is that a very close friend of mine was slipping into a manic phase. It was the first time that I'd seen them in 4 years, and the last time I saw them, they were in a severe psychotic state. And I am in the middle of editing a novel, preparing it for publication, that has a bipolar character in it, but more importantly deals with the notion of being undone. And I'm not so interested in the being undone, but I'm very interested in the act of witnessing and allowing and facilitating this undoing, and what it takes to be that sort of witness. What type of states do we have to allow? And I'm interested here in the need and the willingness to be undone by witnessing the undoing. And how do we respond as in prevent and try not to alter this undoing, that often this idea of holding space, which is such a catchphrase, comes with trying to alter it. So how do we hold space by letting it all come out and be ugly? So as I was spending time with my friend in that week before they went on heavy medication, I wrote a companion piece for myself. This is probably definitely not going into the novel, that where I for the first time assumed the first person point of view for somebody in a manic state, and I wanted to share that with you. And it's called The Waves. It slipped that day. The room full of pots I'd brought up from the ground floor, carried, full of water, up the 3 flights of stairs to the room at the top. There were things I was going to boil. Always you need water. Water no gets enemy, you know that. Fella said it, problematic on some levels, but he said it. Water, the undertow, no one gets around it. It carries you, not always in current. At 6 a.m. I was ready. The toddler stirred briefly and I jumped. I sat on the floor by her cot, wishing her good morning. Then I asked permission. Could I touch her body to carry her out of bed? She did not know the word consent, but she knew about choices and decisions. She made hers and joined me. She would have gone back to sleep, but we could not waste the morning. It carries with it the promise of more. Even she knew that. We prepared. We were cooking. The cuddlies were joining in. The bears were there. The dolls, the building blocks, the games, the picture books I was too charged to read. Everything we could find in a playroom came out until there was no floor left, just things that had purpose. There is so much purpose. I cannot stop it. I can only connect. It slipped that day. Autonomy, the ability to decide, to exercise one's own will, or interest, or need, or whim even. This slippage, this withdrawal, the transference of rights designed by others, those who are not me. It consists of confines for which we have no measure. We only have the law to weigh up and calculate behavior. The way the mind is free to roam, to end up captivated. Sometimes we don't come back to the places that hold us. Mostly there's nothing to keep us safe. The room became full and light and of purpose. Delight. We navigated, climbed over the cars that were lined up, the furniture from the doll's house, which we had arranged as open-air living space, the craft materials we had pulled out to make something, because there is nothing more precious than building, putting things together in an order that suits you. I was showing her, their 2-year-old, how you make things that have meaning. I was rushing. Time flies, so little scope to catch it. There is purpose and there is knowledge. All converges. And how do we keep it apart? When the world crashes in, how do you keep your mind in states we can manage? What even is manageable? The definition says, manageable is able to be controlled or dealt with without difficulty. It is not difficult being manic. In the state of it, it flows. Just rarely do we come out of it unharmed. There were things in the pots. I cannot tell you now what they were, but you will believe me when I say they had purpose. Water was there. I said that already. Water, of course, always water, but other things too. I was going to cook. We were having a feast. The toddler navigated the precarious obstacle course. Her jittery anticipation, my joy. She understood we could not stand still. We had to move. There is no shutting down the flow. The waves will crash either way. I remembered self-care, the body, my body. The way the outside joins my skin and does not end there. The way it doesn't slide off but seeps into this porous state. This place that should have a defined here and there, an outside that keeps things out, really, out. Here is a violence that has no name, no measure, no law. How I cannot keep it apart, and it does not leave me, and I have not given permission. I lay down in between all of the water, the pots, the toys. I needed to clean my ears. a long candle for which I needed fire. It would draw out the wax that had been building, I was sure of it, inside my ears. I told her, the 2-year-old, she would have to stand back because there would be an open flame. There are things that belong together and things we have to unravel. There are things we have to do alone and things we can witness. There are things that look the same but are entirely different, and all of it we know. The way the mind goes, where the heart is placed, and you cannot capture it. We filled the room with our cooking, mine as well as hers. Her voice shrill, mine fast. We were in full flow. The toddler's mother appeared. We had been busy for hours, or it might have been minutes. I could sense her eyes scanning the rooms, not just the one with the pots, but the one we had raided, the playroom. She stepped gingerly and listened. I told her of the plans, the upcoming performance, the art projects, the food that she could see in her pots, the ones I'd brought upstairs. They needed cooking, a transformation, one state to another, an entirely different matter. She looked at the water in the pots. She nodded. Honey, there's no fire up here, she said. You won't be able to cook. And it reminded me. I asked her to light the candle, the one for my ears, and I lay down again, holding it up straight. The toddler looked briefly, but she already knew. We had discussed this. She remembered. You cannot get caught up when someone is moving through different realms. You have to evaluate their own body against yours and how the internal conflicts with its boundaries. Where are theirs, the limits? Where are yours? You have to keep back, gauge, decide. Both sides arrange to determine the rules. Assess, consent, permission. A body should belong to itself. My mind should be free to follow its own laws. What are we allowed to keep and have when it slips? What can the body hold on to for itself when the world comes crashing? When the outside is forcing its way inside, I need no beginning or end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabrielle Morris, and I am a graduate of the Spelman College Documentary Film Program. Thank you. I am currently serving as the Arts Program Coordinator for Grady Hospital's Infectious Disease Program in Atlanta, Georgia. I am honored to briefly introduce the next hour of presenters for Loophole Retreat, Venice. Amy Meredith Cox is a critical ethnographer, writer, yogi, and movement artist based in New York. She is the author of the award-winning book, Shapeshifters, Black Girls and the Choreography of Citizenship, and the editor of Gender Space. Her current work, titled Living Past Slow Death, includes 2 book projects in performance intervention. Gail Lewis is Presidential Visiting Professor at Yale University and Reader Emerita in the Department of Psychosocial Studies at Birkbeck College. She is also Senior Visiting Research Fellow at the Department of Gender Studies at London School of Economics. She was a member of the Brixton Black Women's Group and one of the founding members of the Organization of Women of African and Asian Descent. Oluremi C. Onabanjo is a scholar of photography and the arts of Africa. She is Associate Curator in the Department of Photography at the Museum of Modern Art. Onabanjo is the editor of Marilyn Nance, Last Day on Lagos, and author of Ming Smith. The author of Ming Smith, Invisible Man, Somewhere Everywhere, both published this year. Presenting together with Oluremi Onabanjo is Jessica Lynn. Jessica Lynn is a writer and art critic. She is the founding editor of Arts Black, an online journal of art criticism from Black perspectives. She is a recipient of awards from the Graham Foundation for Advanced Studies in the Fine Arts and the Andy Warhol Foundation. Enjoy.
I'm upright. I'm up, right? Standing somehow, can't feel my feet, just sinking and sand, sinking to stand, measuring time by the pace of sweat tracing streams from my armpit to my waistline. How long has it been now? I can't feel my feet. Is this a problem? Did I already say that? Did I already feel that? Or is it my fingers I've lost track of? Rubbing the pads together, seeking texture, feeling on feeling, body on body contact so I can locate myself here in this pot. Breathe. I'm supposed to be standing. Am I still standing? This pot holding me up. I bear the weight and I am sinking, and I still can't feel my feet. My right knee buckles, my right shoulder drops, and I fear I'm fucking up the photo, so I smile and try to shrug an apology. No one notices, gesture fails in the pot. Seems there's no way to signify regret. Can only try to stand here. Someone adjusts the light, a hot beam bounces off my forehead and rests on my third eye. Third eye. My grandmother would laugh at that. Your third eye, you mean the softness between your eyebrows? We have other names for the things we know and hold and move with and through, a sensorial terminology whose meaning is felt, that type of knowledge that can't be performed. So I allow the light to melt the softness, to melt in the softness, and I try to do that thing we call surrender, and it feels heavier than holding myself up, right? Parting my cracked lips and swallowing dust, sand at the back of my throat, shine in my eyes, memory shading the base of my skull. I make the sounds to ask for water and watch my arm extend in front of me. No, impossible, the pot can't move, captive. There is no sound, I am invisible. If it's not my arm I see, it must be desire. Hazy, formless, shifting with each blink, both buoyant and leaden, this longing of floating anchor, something that can't be, won't work. So I'll settle into this familiar, longing, I am here and not. The throbbing at my low back is steady, slow, and mean. It reiterates in my hip where its sharp staccato makes the argument, you have no space here. If only there were 3 more inches, even if just on one side or under my feet, I still can't feel, but there is no space here. No home space, no shapes to shift, no community of care, no wellness checkers, no self-care advocates, no cultural workers, no radical healers, no allies, no transnational intersectional feminists, no Afro-pessimists, no Afro-futurists, no benefactors, no GoFundMe, no iFix Flex to post, no sweet story to save for later. The pot snatches my breath and sends my heartbeat to my eardrum. It starts and ends here in my body, the somatic knowing that emerges from our confinement. An amorphous web of feeling that quickly moves like fallen dominoes to numbness, punctuated by pain that dissolves to ache. And then something else. Alone here in a full room, not just captive but isolated, because that's the point. A death, slow for sure, but more than that, lonely. Babylon calls, response non-white and woman. I can't make this up, at least not on my own. Here with my inhale choking my exhale, impossible to self-actualize without breath. And anyway, this bridge requires a collective passing. No air here, but oh, so much beauty. Lack of oxygen creates stunning images. They float before me. The women arriving with the girls at their backs. These girls, the one from down the street who's too young to always be left home alone. The cousin's child who came to stay for a while after the incident no one talks about. Their daughters, their younger selves. The women are here with the girls at their backs. encircling the pot as if drawn to a campfire, acknowledging the heat rising from the soles of my feet I still can't feel. What are they holding in their hands and now tossing in the air? Shards of light? No, slips of paper falling like leaves in the fire. Field notes. Notes from the field to be revised in a pot, edited from within this different kind of disciplinary enclosure. I can't make sound, it seems, but can hear. And these voices I know so well rush at me in waves, reading from my notes before the pages curl and wither in flames. First, Lydia. Put this in your notes. Write it down. Are you recording? Said even as she sees a pen in my hand and the numbers ticking upwards on the recorder. I am recording, but hesitant, since her usual refrain is, don't write that down, turn that off, I am not a field note. And then Tamra, how you spend your whole entire life listening to Black women, your actual job is listening to Black folks, and you still gotta write shit down? Feel this. Jocelyn takes her turn. This, right now, we are living in is our past that can only be made right by a challenge from yet to come. And we're the only ones who can see this future in the present because we have always lived at the crossroads. At the crossroads, time and space have the meaning we give them because we're time travelers. And that's what time travelers do, baby. You know that. And then Tamra again. Our activism is living. Breathe. These women from Cincinnati, Ohio, my hometown, which turns out is also my most recent field site, prefer the word agitators to activists and are convinced the work they do is the work anyone would do, well, anyone who loved Black people. Up south, the most northern, southern city at the crossroads, border town, Cincinnati is also a river town situated on the Ohio running along its southern boundary. My textbooks from first grade through junior high supported the thesis advanced by my teachers, which argued that Cincinnati was historically a progressive city invested in freedom and equality for all. The evidence provided to corroborate this theory was the fact that crossing the Ohio River from the southern state of Kentucky and arriving in Cincinnati meant that one had entered a free city in a free state. Thus, the Ohio River was the portal to freedom and Cincinnati, the promised land. The river takes form in and through the life that resides within and along its waters. But the river is also given life through the meaning attributed to it and the stories told about it, how it has been witness and in most cases, accomplice to the sustenance, exhaustion, transformation, and termination of life. Over time, Black folks have worked along the riverbanks and crossed it to find protection or escape or a different type of labor that didn't necessarily mean the end of life, even as so many lost their lives in the crossing. Lydia, Tamra, Jocelyn, these women and so many other Black women like them symbolically cross and recross the river in every action they take to secure their investment in the liberation of Black people in Cincinnati. And as they do, they move between the conceptual tropes of freedom and captivity, but most often reside in the spaces where these ideas overlap and take nebulous form as emotions that have no articulation and ideas from the future that are reminiscent of a past that persists in the present. Even time travelers long for something. The flow of the river's water laps at the banks where it changes the land. Soil, silt, sand, water to land. Soil, silt, sand, water to land. Soil, silt, sand, water to land. The labor of crossing can only be assessed with the naked eye and critical mind as a physical movement across space and a certain linear understanding of time. But for Black women in Cincinnati and everywhere, M. Jackie Alexander reminds us, crossings are never taken all at once and never once and for all. As they move through the city, these alluvial Black women change the landscape, transferring and depositing soil, silt, sand, carving space to form shallow pockets of possibility. Alluvial processes are never all at once or once and for all. Grains of sand irritate the thin skin between my toes. I can feel my feet. The girls move first, leading the way out, the women at their backs. I am no longer alone. The shimmering residue of that visitation hovers over my head like a cloud pregnant with rain, gloriously dark, heavy, and certain to fall. Maybe a sign that space, air, breath, life will follow. Won't you try with me here, right now at this crossroads, this crossing, that makes this here and this now, however deeply felt or not, our collective hallucination in the pot? Can we practice tracing an embodied geography, new and as dynamic, alterable, and unknowable as the wind? Not oppositional because that which might be opposed is too cynical, lifeless, and unimaginative to be a stand against. Can we start here? Will you join me in practice? A meditation from beyond our pots. Can we start here, y'all, for real? Can we start here? Can we darken the room? Is that possible? And can we invite in stillness? Maybe quiet, if not silence, but a quiet. And wherever you are, seated or standing, can you come into a feeling in your body that allows you to feel your feet touching ground? And with your feet connecting to earth, through your shoes, to the ground, to the soil below, can you then feel your seat in the chair or your spine long? And from here in this quiet, can you sense everything that grounds you? Both tactile, feet on the floor, seat and seat, spine and back of chair or along a wall. But also breathing in all those other supports we can't feel viscerally, but sense through our skin. And from here, that most aggressive sense, sight, can we allow it to shade? Eyelids heavy as with sleep. So closing your eyes or just allowing them to lower. Soften gaze, hazy gaze. And from this place of grounding, that aggressive sense of sight softened to attune to different ways of perceiving. Can you feel yourself in this space right now? Can you feel your body in this space right now? And as if you've never, ever heard the word breath or breathing, Can you become so curious about what it might be, what it could feel like? Every time you take an inhale, feeling the traveling of that air through your body. Notice where it enters. Notice what it expands. Notice where it can travel to make space. Filling up on this force of life. Every time you meet and exhale, let it soften something. And can you stay here in the quiet, loving your breath? Can you stay here in the quiet, just allowing yourself to be? Can you feel those feet on the ground, connecting to earth from here? Let the breath emerge and travel all the way up your body to the very crown of your head. Let the exhale travel from the crown of your head all the way down your body to the soles of your feet. Tracing this line of love and energy and life from feet to crown on your own. Pacing your breath with the beat of your heart. Feel yourself. Maybe so quiet, so still here, you can hear your heartbeat in your ears. And if you still feel you can't come close to your heart, place your palm over your chest until you can feel the beat in your hand. Heart, the place of care. Breathe it in. I'm trying to stay deeply connected to this closeness to yourself, to this alignment to space, to our collective breath. Through the rest of the day, through the days to come, to the weeks and months ahead, return here. In movement through stillness to movement, stay here, breath and heartbeat. And if your eyes are closed, and slowly come back with a sense of sight to this reality, this here, this now, however deeply felt or not, through breath and heartbeat. This meditation is dedicated to Simone Lee, who teaches all of us how to breathe in a pot. Thank you.
Hello. I am full of breath now, full of tears, full of enrichment by the gift that is black woman life, by the gift that is black life, by the groundedness that Amy just gave me as my heart was beating out of its chest, unable, thinking I would not be able to make it up here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And what I shall share with you today is, in a way, another kind of thank you. It's a letter of rememorialization to those black women, that black life that was in my household in mid-20th century London, when we were not able to breathe, and yet they showed me how to breathe. And in 2021, in the wake of all the black death that we were facing, the murders, the sinking in the dying in the Mediterranean and other seas, the COVID deaths when black life was literally just dying, my heart was broken, and it manifested itself as a kind of heart arrhythmia that is still with me. And I look back because I become grounded by black woman life and by black life. So come with me to 62 Granville Road, Kilburn, Northwest 6th, in the 1950s, because it is your hands that I remember, large and rough, brown but ashen and slightly chapped at the knuckles. It is your hands I remember, your hands in their after-work before bathing state, rough for want of creaming, creaming with cremola for want of cocoa butter in preference to Vaseline. Hands in between tens, the 10 hours of working the machines just finished, in anticipation of the 10 hours of machine working to come. Maybe day shift, mostly nights, always 10. Hands that labor, hands as placeholder for labor, hands as in hired. It is your smell that I remember, the smell of the factory, the smell of its rubber that I remember as the smell of you. The smell that the tires that you remolded in the factory out on the Western Avenue, that landed on your overalls, went into your skin and never really left. A pungent, rich, enveloping, inviting, though almost choking smell that spoke of your labor and your place in the economy of racial capitalism in its 1950s variant. Your brown hands laboring at work in the city to which you had migrated as a kind of coming home. London City. London City was where you came to, arriving from which port, I don't know. In which year exactly, I don't know. Certainly before 1950, maybe in 1948, in any case, among what is now called the Windrush generation, that symbolic placeholder for our presence on these shores, for our arrival into the cities that acted as the motor of economic reconstruction after the Second World War, at the so-called end of empire that continues, the cities that were the nodal points in empire's circuits of globalization before globalization, a circuit that gathered you up in its flurries and flows and landed you here in the unknown year. Was London is the place for me, London, this lovely city, your refrain, the song that accompanied you, that expressed your desire, that gathered you, well, your laboring hands, as a factor of production, not quite dead, not quite living labor, but as colored immigrant labor, and put your hands to work on the disused commodity that was the tire that needed retreading, that was the product of other laboring hands who worked the raw material of rubber that had been honed by still other hands that tapped the trees to make them bleed their latex to be gathered up into this material that we call rubber, that gave off its smell, that landed on your overalls and penetrated into the brown skin of your hands and embodied you for me. the multiple hands, the hired hands that symbolize the invisible chains of connection, not yet called globalization, but global chains anyway, that were the product of empire and its sites thousands and thousands of miles away from your point of departure on your journey to this point of arrival in the heart of empire. It is your hands that I remember. It's your smell that I remember. It is your hands that I remember, brown and soft, wrinkled and cracked at the edges of your nails. It is your hands that I remember in their slightly damp from washing clothes state. Your hands I remember in their adroit lift and drop motion and sloop, sloop, sloop sound as they labored over the pail with the soapy water as you rubbed the sheets up and down the skiffle board. Laboring on the skiffle board, not to make music, but to make clean, though making a kind of woman's music anyway. Your hands, very slightly purple from the blue powder, that I don't know if it was Jamaican blue powder or blue bag, but it was blue for washing that your brown Jamaican hands knew in the city to which you had come and which left their telltale tints on your hands, that I remember. It is your smell that I remember. The smell of Daz and carbolic soap and blue powder that whitened the sheets and filled the kitchen and layered into your aprons and head tie and never quite left. It is your smell that told of a woman who had learned how to wash and wash well and with pride. Maybe you learned that working as a domestic back in Jamaica before you became coloured immigrant labour in the city to which you arrived and where they hire your hands. But for what? Factory worker, cleaner, auxiliary nurse, seamstress, cook, catering worker? Or maybe you laboured alongside Victoria Williams, seamstressing uniforms for the British Armed Forces, or with Carmel Forbes, as the hands of you both worked the machines that fitted the filaments or fitted the caps on the light bulbs in the electrical factory in Wembley, that manufactured those bulbs that lit the houses of all the people across the city to which you had arrived in pursuit of what? Your dream? Your desire of rights to the city? Of being home in the city with rights? In any case, some unit in a factors of production circuit that could only function successfully in the racial capitalism of 1950s, 1960s London if he's and she's entered empire's circuit of labour migration. If he's and she's with brown hands and labouring smells entered into the economy of production and reproduction on racialised and gendered terms. It is your hands that I remember. It is your smell that I remember. It is the sight of you I remember, the sight of you walking down the street, disrupting and recoding the space of one small part of the city to which you had arrived, looking fine and picture book in your brown or blue, maybe striped zoot suit with its high-waisted trousers, thin belt, long double-breasted jacket with white shirt and trilby hat, and oh, so shiny shoes. Dressed in the style that announced your West Indian presence in a white working-class area, fractured from Second World War bombing, derelict from private landlord and state-ignored neglect, even as it located you in a circuit of mondialization, connecting you to black diaspora in Harlem, New York, and Latino diaspora in California, and echoed the image of Lester Young as he conjured the richness of blackness on his saxophone. Placing you in circuits of connection that run counter to, even while parallel with, those globalized before globalization circuits of empire capital. Stuart Hall writes, and then one day I came to see that impenetrable England wasn't impenetrable at all. Passing Paddington Station, I saw a stream of black people spilling out into the London afternoon. This was a game-changing moment for me. Suddenly, everything looked different. It's hard to reconstruct the effect of seeing these black West Indian working men and women in London with their strapped-up suitcases and bulging straw baskets looking for all the world as if they planned a long stay. For them and for me, this was a fateful moment of transition. It is the smell of you I remember, the smell of the black polish that you used to make the shoes that you wore on the streets as you disrupted their racialized class significations into sparkling testimonies to your self-care and self-pride and otherwise black masculine self. It is the smell of you I remember as the Old Spice aftershave emanated from your neck and clung to your shirt, masking for just a little while the rubber from the factory where you were another fungible, coloured immigrant hired hand. The Old Spice aftershave with its symbol on the bottle of the ship that might have been the ship of the Middle Passage, might have been Zong, but which your otherwise self rises up from and out of the work your brown hands does in self-care to dress you in your zoot suit and groom you with the last flourish of cologne dabbed on your chin and neck and says, we have survived and risen up from the depths and are here. See me. Kevin Quashie writes, the meaning of black freedom cannot be indexed to the Enlightenment and cannot be mapped in the syntax of Western norms. There is no end to the condition of coloniality and captivity, no end. But there is life in the midst and aftermath of those interminable conditions. It is the sight of you I remember, the sight of you on Sunday morning on the first floor where your rooms, the ones Miss Pearl you shared with Mr. Clarence and Jimmy, your son, where they were and from which you emerged and walked, no seemingly floated down, freed from the weight of your labour for one day to the front door, out and down the few steep steps leading to the street and turning left, or was it right? As you made your way along the street, that today, Sunday, was a conveyance toward fullness, not a conduit to labour. The sight of you in your V-necked, to show the pearl necklace at your brown throat, just below the knee, petticoat trim dress, tightened with narrow belt at the waist, with cardigan waist length, unbuttoned over the top, or if in winter, your long, narrow lapelled brocaded coat, perhaps with lace collar, certainly with white gloves, big brim hat and handbag held on your lower arm, bent at the elbow, hands smooth and creamed in their rest from labour. Ready to commune with your God alongside your sistren and brethren and their no bother with them, keep Britain white neighbours you may or may not meet. The sight of you dressed for church and dignity, showing you in full possession of yourself in blackness. Black pride before black pride in black power that was about to come but not quite yet reach. Black being in black womanly life in the city streets to which you were invited but not afforded rights to the city. Invited in the shape of hired hand, not in the echo or recognition of your cry and demand for a transformed and renewed access to urban life. A cry and demand of your presence, unexpected, but danced anyway as you navigated the streets in the finery of your dress and demeanour. It is your hands I remember. It is the sight of you I remember. It is the smell of you I remember, the smell of lavender talcum powder emanating up from your torso, out of the V of your church dress, and vying with the coconut oil that creamed your skin, and the Kananga water that blessed your rooms and the shared landings. The Kananga water that, like Florida water, forged ancestral and perfumed connection between the decaying streets of London that you now walked, to the yards and country of Jamaica, and the basements and stoops of Miami and New York. It is the smell of you I remember, the smell of you in your brownness that showed me blackness in modes other than the coloured immigrant labouring brownness that you had been hailed yet resented, but not reckoned with by the state. It is the sight of you I remember, it is the smell of you I remember. It is your bequests I behold, your bequests that took the form of transfiguring the labour of migration into the labour of hands, into the praxis of living while black, into the joy of dreaming, into the dreaming of ancestral becoming anew. It is your bequests that vibrate in the living of our lives as we occupy the city and move in variation to the rhythm of the bass line that is what you brought with you and kept alive, that we might take up that baton and push in the pulse of our onward becoming anew and in black. labouring hands transformed in multi-vibrational rhythms in the double stop of being in and in excess of the afterlife. Ideas otherwise, in its London variation of diasporic production, labouring toward our becoming in refusal and futurity. It is your bequest I behold, as memory, as sight, as sound, as touch, as possibility, as joy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We are so thankful and honored to be here with you all. If I can get this clicker. The folklorist, filmmaker, geographer Michelle Lanier offers womanist cartography as a strategy of memorial. For the particular experiences and lived dreams, uprisings, and survival of all Black Southern women, Lanier writes, how do we reveal the hidden markers of their lives on the land? What are the appropriate monuments? How do we remember and remember? As methodology, womanist cartography rearticulates, renegotiates, and repairs the relationship between one's ancestral landscapes and one's ancestral memories. Today, I want to open our offering here as we gather in contemplation of and remember the life of Black South woman, Miss Harriet Ann Jacobs of Edenton, North Carolina. I open here, a Black Southern woman myself, gathered with her diaspora kin, to think collectively about our memory work, our survival work, and what it means to account for the breath and life of those whom we have loved.
On the 22nd of August, 1959, Miss Beatrice Orleans Harding became Mrs. Beatrice Duncan. She was late to her wedding, but radiant. Gleaming in swaths of satin and lace, she nursed a bouquet of flowers closely. Her new husband, John Willie Kwamina Duncan, cut a dashing figure in a three-piece suit. She was diminutive and slight. He was towering, athletic. There they stood on the steps of St. Patrick's Church in Woolwich, London, self-assured, looking forward, flanked by his brothers and her soon-to-be sister-in-law. A fledgling family on the cusp of life together in a city straining to comprehend the distinct multiplicities of experience across the African continent, the Caribbean, and South Asia. These communities would articulate themselves alongside and in relation to one another to form a fraught picture of 20th century Black Britain. The newlyweds were also new to London, Ghanaian immigrants by way of Nigeria. Kwame had received a scholarship from the University of Ibadan to train as an engineer at Woolwich Polytechnic, and Betty was stationed at Ascot, working to be an orthopedic nurse. Their first proper meeting was at an annual reception organized by the West African Students' Union. He spotted her in the crowd, strode over and stated, "As soon as I graduate, we will be married." Perhaps not the most romantic proposal, but startlingly precise. That same clarity of vision mapped onto his garment selection for the special day. A single visit to Burton sufficed for selecting his suit, black with pinstripes, an amethyst pocket square to match her flowers. It was a single-breasted situation, a strong cut to emphasize his shoulders, paired with a crisp white button-down shirt, pristinely ironed. As Betty remembers, it was the shirt that he felt brought him love. As the years passed, the suit remained, hanging in the back of his closet, intermittently brought out to be dry cleaned over the course of 6 decades. A couple months before his death, on the 21st of November 2019, Kwame wrote out a request that he be buried in his wedding suit. Beyond the widespread sentiment of meeting your maker in style, this gesture struck me as a deeply photographic one. While standing over his casket in the humid Lagos air, all I could think of were his wedding pictures, the only other physical remnants of my grandparents' special day in 1959. With this anticipatory posthumous action, my grandfather had fixed a particular image of himself, creating a means of visual relation mediated through his marital photograph. In so doing, he created a salve for us who mourned him, through the reminder of a moment of happiness. He knew how images functioned, and this was how he wanted to be remembered, ensconced in love.
A family photograph of Ava Perry White and Grace Perry. Ava Perry White, pictured here in a striped blouse, white pearls, and glasses, is my maternal great-great-grandmother. This sepia-toned photograph of Ava, a sly grin on her face, seated next to her daughter, Grace Perry, is the first and only image I've seen of this ancestor. Ava was born in Georgia in 1900. She then raised my own grandmother, Carlethia, in the Hydenwood neighborhood of Newport News, Virginia, in the middle of the last century. My grandmother spent the early parts of her childhood tending to the tomatoes and green beans and other vegetables that Ava grew in a large plot of land surrounding her home, a location I have never found, a memory ground that only a few living people even remember. It was my grandmother who once told me, as we talked about the collards that were struggling to grow in an old garden plot of my own, that Big Mama spirit was in me, that she had something to teach me, so I better pay attention. I never met Ava, this gardener, mother, grandmother, who died 50 years ago in 1972. But I have been thinking about the traces of her presence all around me. This is a process of obituary searches, clipped conversations with elder family matriarchs, sifts through historical society records with a range of dates in my notebook. When I am home, sitting on a small pier at the end of my grandmother's street that overlooks the Chesapeake Bay where it meets the Atlantic, I imagine this place as Ava might have seen it, her own memories trailing behind her. And I wonder what we might say to each other about ourselves, our homes, our longings and curiosities.
Blessed are the dehumanized, for they have nothing to lose but their patience. False gods killed the poet in me. Now I dig graves with artistic precision. Mandela's Sermon, 2002. A poet and a photographer become friends. They have much in common. A love for lines, for light, for marshalling the shards of life and its seeming detritus into something frighteningly honest and beautiful. They are committed to telling the truths of their country, such truths which necessitate their fugitivity. Transnational state subterfuge yields portals for the engagement of photographic study, for the stitching of verse and senses across diasporic coordinates. South African men, they had a shared relationship to New York City, a site with dismaying resemblance to their home, but still a source of creative community. The poet remembers, when Ernest came to New York, when he got the offer to put that book together, initially he got in touch with me to do the text. He wanted a South African to write it, someone who knew clearly what informed the photographs. In fact, when the photographs were ready, he gave me a copy to start working on it. Then I didn't hear from him. I think he must have been a bit embarrassed when the change was made, so he never told me. When I found out that it was being handled differently, I was a little frustrated and angry because I was excited. I was looking forward to working with him on this. Indeed, they thought together, they built together, but where is the trace? Relegated to marginalia, excised by editors. Decisions made beyond the author's scope of vision and comprehension. Cole dies in 1990, Kikotsitsile 28 years later. They share ancestral space, but not on the page, across image and text, speaking to one another. I attempted some kind of reunion in a forthcoming essay entitled Black Spots, Photographic Specters, featured in a reissue of Ernest Cole's House of Bondage. In honor of Kikotsitsile's memory, I have placed his voice back within the pages of House of Bondage through the inclusion of his poem Mandela's Sermon as the epigraph to my essay. But yet again, editorial excision, yet again, it was not manifest, yet again, relegated to marginalia. Off the record, beyond the record, exceeding the record, somewhere else.
A photograph of an oyster trap taken by me on Tangier Island, Virginia. I recognize the strategies that Black Southern women employ, creating at the nexus of mythology, folklore, and the persistence of hauntings to visualize a history and a future that tell the truth about who we are. Womanist cartography, then, as articulated by Lanier, is that which contributes to the record of ourselves. Subjected to the ongoing consequences of ecological disaster, exasperated by policy failure and the excess of militarism in the area, Hampton Roads, Virginia, where I am from, is not unlike other coastal locales upon which this catastrophe visits. Writing of New Orleans in anticipation of Tropical Storm Barry in 2019, Lydia Y. Nichols situates that city at the intersection of coastal erosion, sinking due to man-made infrastructure, underprepared drainage system, a storm that may back up the Mississippi River, and a weak levee system. Barry, she continues, may not be the nail in our coffin, but it is only a matter of time. And what are we to do about it? Here, now, at the foot of the Chesapeake Bay, I ask the same question because I would like to acknowledge that which is slowly disappearing and name for myself the conditions for memory preservation and survival. What are we to do about it? This, for me, is an attempt to name blood memory.
It is the 15th of January, 1977 in Lagos. Here the sun-stained sky is visible, relegated to a fine sliver of white by the upper curve of the Nigerian National Stadium's rounded stands, packed to the brim with thousands of nationals alongside more than 15,000 visiting artists, intellectuals, and performers from 55 nations worldwide. A young Nigerian Navyman occupies the left portion of the picture, standing tall, his shoulders eased back. He retains a serene presence. His latticed fingers form a minor tent as his arms rest above a placard. Nigeria, Festec 77, it states, an announcement of the time, place, and event. Matter of fact, elegantly executed in tightly controlled typography. The stand-in for the festival in the 21st century, this image has become a visual cipher. Scanned and dispersed on the World Wide Web, it has gained limitless mobility. As Nicole Fleetwood puts it, the image's specificity is now an abstraction that can circulate throughout public culture, carrying both the weight of historical narrative and a decontextualized, vague strain of its pastness. It can be, and has been, transplanted to new arenas that both displace its historicity and suspend the concepts, emotions, or sentiments of its context, namely its maker, the photographer, Marilyn Nance. Consider another image made on the 17th of February, 1977, also Lagos, encountered over the course of 6 years in the archive with Marilyn. About it, she states, if there's anything I'm known for, it's for doing portraits, observing people and photographing those encounters. The last image I did in Lagos was like backs and the open road and sky. That was just so unlike Marilyn Nance, but it's one of my favorite images because I was done with Lagos at that point. The festival was over. I had just gotten a ticket back home that afternoon, and I left that night. The next day, 1,000 Nigerian soldiers stormed and destroyed Fela Kuti's compound, the Kalakuta Republic, located at 14A Agegemoto Road in Surulere. During the skirmish, Kuti was beaten unconscious. His 77-year-old mother, Fumilayo Thomas Ransom Kuti, was thrown out of a first-floor window, breaking her leg. For many, this event indicated an end of an era, the shuttering of many possibilities, the ushering in of a dystopian ongoing present. This photograph, with an agbada billowing, a packed car stalling as its passengers chat with pedestrians, articulates the power and the purview of the photographic archive, itself a mechanism that retains an entangled relationship to time and troubles modes of remembering. This picture renders forms of Black subjectivity as capacious, expressive, representationally mystifying and enthralling modes of being. Importantly, it also affirms the position of a Black woman photographer as a historical agent of memory, and in its emergence asserts her archive as a discursive space where concern with the past can be activated, invigorated, and enlivened anew.
An untitled portrait of the late Beverly Buchanan. Beverly Buchanan's marsh ruins, situated off the coast of Brunswick, Georgia, invite meditation on that which looms. Buchanan, a Southerner, aware of the unseen Black presences all around her, the haints who lingered. Marsh ruins rest in this basin as a witness to and in reverence of the mass suicide of Igbo people that occurred in 1803 on St. Simon's Island, Georgia. Her marsh ruins have degraded slowly since their installation in 1981, and this decay is integral to the artist's task of monumentalizing, in that they will inevitably return to the earth from which they were created. Here now, at the foot of the Chesapeake Bay, we are sinking, and I'm trying to look for new cover and gather the stories that belong to me and my people and make of them a memorial. When I say that we are sinking, I mean that we are not yet gone, nor are we alone in this reality. We still move and carry ourselves along the water, trying to make a way out of no way. When I say that we are sinking, I mean that I would like to compose a marker of our choreographed lives. Like Buchanan, like Lanier, for Ava, what might it mean to offer a map of this place that I know, renegotiated to account for the fullness of Black presences, past and present, still pointing towards some future? When I say that we are sinking here, I mean it. I also mean that this is but one Black Southern story, and I would like to tell it as best I can.
Rather than offer closure, we resist here the sense of start and finish often intimated by constructed narratives. Mimicking the manner of the photographic, we remain open and moving, collapsing time and space, feeling through the possibilities that are allowed for by the index, the image as finding aid. This is reverence beyond ritual, rehearsal beyond script. This is an exercise in thinking aloud and thinking together. We thank you for this space, Simone, Rashida, Saidia, Tina, and we thank you for your time, this you being those before us physically, but those that came before us also, in blood, in ink, in salt water, in celluloid. Onwards we move, refuting pioneer status in a race to be first. Rather, we relinquish the stable self and embrace what lies within errant currents, within errant communities.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Neil Grasty, and I'm a junior at Morehouse College, majoring in art history. With a double minor in French and curatorial studies. And I currently work as a UNCF Mellon Mays Fellow. I'm truly honored to introduce this afternoon's program of film screenings and conversations for the conference. Please note the films are also screened throughout the symposium. Following a screening of her film, Spit on the Broom, Madeline Hunt Ehrlich will be in conversation with Christina Sharp. Madeline Hunt Ehrlich is a filmmaker and artist. Her work has been screened at the Guggenheim Museum, the Whitney Museum of American Art in New York, New Orleans Film Festival, Doc Lisboa, and Black Star Film Festival. Christina Sharp is a writer, professor, and Canada Research Chair in Black Studies and the Humanities at York University. She is the author of In the Wake, on Blackness and Being in Monstrous Intimacies, Making Post-Slavery Subjects. Following a screening of 4 of her short films, Lauren Kelly will be in conversation with Janaína Oliveira. Lauren Kelly is an interdisciplinary artist who employs a wry wit when commenting on matters of innocence, race, and girlhood. Her work has been exhibited in New York at the Studio Museum in Harlem, the Kitchen, and the Tang Teaching Museum at Skidmore College. Janaína Oliveira is a film scholar and independent curator. Professor at the Federal Institute of Rio de Janeiro, Oliveira has a PhD in history. She is the founder of the Black Cinema Itinerant Forum and was the Flaherty Film Seminar programmer for 2021. Following a screening of her film, Muzidi Kalabi Yao Space, or A Matter of Navigation, Ferilei Baez will be in conversation with Leslie Hewitt. New York-based artist Ferilei Baez casts diasporic histories into an imaginative realm, reworking visual references drawn from the past to explore new possibilities for the future. Born in 1981 in Santiago de los Caballeros, Dominican Republic, to a Dominican mother and a father of Haitian descent, Baez traces her concerns with the politics of place and heritage back to her upbringing. Leslie Hewitt is an artist based in New York and Houston, an associate professor of art at the Cooper Union for the Advancement of Science and Art. Her approach to photography and sculpture reimagines the art historical still life genre from a post-minimalist perspective. She also works with site-specific installation, autonomous sculptures, collage, and the moving image as modalities to contend with shifting notions of space and time. Please enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be sitting here with you, Madeline. And it's a measure of trust that I don't really have completely scripted remarks, but also a measure of the beauty and the wealth of work that the work does. And so I kind of have 3 questions. They're related, but so I want to think about the look, the sound, and the archive. And so maybe I want to start with the look of the film and the point of view from which we begin. We're not sure where we begin at first, but we begin with the woman in the chair, covered, seeing the photographer who is taking not her photograph, but the photograph of the white child who she's holding. And so I really want to think with you about the look of the film, the kind of saturation, the saturated color, the deep blacks, the way that skin is rendered so beautifully, and to just ask you if you would think with me about that some, and the kind of visual repetition of the holes in the garment, and then the breathing holes in the coffin, and the sound. So could you talk with me some about that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's overwhelming and such an honor to be here speaking with you, Christina, to be in this magnificent space built for us by Rashida and Simone and Saidia and Tina, and also through Susan's amazing work. And so I'm just so honored to be here, and I want to start by saying that. Yeah. There's, a number of people in this room that are so important to me, and so that's also a little overwhelming because I feel like I want to thank them all.
You can bring their names. Go ahead, bring their names into the room.
Yeah, I'm here with my mother and my daughter. Her
mother, the poet Erica Hunt.
My mother is a poet who she wrote notes on an oppositional poetics in 1990, which I've been thinking a lot about recently. I'm here also with my husband, John Sesrikoff, who was the cinematographer on Spit on the Broom, and whom I've worked with on many films. Of course, we're here with Simone Lee, who has been
one of my most important collaborators, and we collaborated on a film, Conspiracy, which is a part of her pavilion here in Venice. But also in terms of thinking about our conversation today, I was thinking about being friends with Simone. There's such a wealth of many things to sort of pick from, but I was thinking about Simone describing early pots she would make, and that she would make them with no bottoms so that they sort of refused their practical purpose. And I'm thinking about also Miss Annette, who is here, who is such a teacher in dreaming as an answer to the many silences, and who was such an important part of this work that we just watched.
Absolutely.
But I want to sort of propose to you guys today. Imagine that you get together 3 of your closest friends, or 20 of your like-minded allies, or 50 co-conspirators, and you take whatever money you have that you can scrounge together. If it's $5, it's $5. If it's $10,000, you feel really lucky. And you make something, and you make something that maybe is really extravagant and really tries to be beautiful, something that is not obviously useful, something that refuses to cooperate with the demands of capitalism as having an immediate, practical answer to the economy. Because Black women deserve impractical, extravagant, beautiful, avant-garde art too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And imagine that as you're making those processes with your community, you're also trying to create a process, the work aside, that lives up to the political aspirations that we have for how we want to be treated and how we want to refine and reform the society and economy we exist in. Films are really, they're artwork, and they're also businesses and economies, and they're a chance to invest into each other and into Black communities. And so each of my films and every film I've worked on, that's something I keep thinking about is both what can we make, but also what can we do while we make it.
I think that's a beautiful answer. And the way in which you began by wanting to call everyone's names, I think, is an example of the kind of care that we see in the film. There's I think Françoise Verger in the epigraph to one of her most recent books says something along the lines of, I think it's sort of the acknowledgement, says something about the ways in which you don't write on your own, right? And you don't make a film on your own. And you want the film to do a certain kind of work, the work of beauty. It doesn't have to be practical work, but to do a kind of aesthetic and caring work. And so I also wanted to see if you wanted to elaborate some then on the kind of question of care. And since you talked about your collaborations with Simone, I want to think about Conspiracy, which I hope, if you haven't seen, that you will go to the pavilion and see. But you hear it before you see it. Right? You hear it when you come through Last Garment. You hear something that you're not quite sure what it is. But having spent some time with that film, I think I want to talk a little bit about the sound and the way you use Janine Lee's singing and her calling her daughter's name Naima. And it is such before you know what she's saying, what you're certain of is that it is tender and that it is completely subtended with love. And I feel like, say one more thing about this, so it kind of brings in the third question, which is the question of archive. Yesterday, in the conversation between Legacy and Jatovia talked about the ways that people take things, the kind of sampling from the archive. And she said, it took her 3 months to do that work. And the sort of hand on the film, and I feel like your tender hand is everywhere in this film. And so I want to ask you those two things, both about the sound of Conspiracy and the sound of your work. I mean, you hear, what is it, bees or flies at first? And then you hear a rustling. And then you hear, in Conspiracy, Naim with laughter. And then the question of the archive. So I'll come back to the archive, but if you could talk about sound.
Well, I think, each film demands a different process. Conspiracies, the process that Simone and I built for Conspiracy was really beautiful in that we just gave it a lot of time. And the process was actually slow, which is amazing. Maybe COVID had something to do with that, but it's amazing considering how much Simone was under deadline that we did really give it time. And sorry, I hear my daughter, which is like, I think also something I'm learning from her is about the time things take. Give sort of another way of refusing the capitalist demands that we all face is to sort of structure our time and sort of refuse a kind of, rushed, frenetic pace where we can.
Yeah, you said that something about the structure itself and the look of the films themselves are that kind of practice of time and an acting refusal.
Yes, I mean, cinematic language is really about the movement of camera through space and the duration of the frame. Those are, really the syllables of language in film. Yeah. For me, having a durational frame is radical in film because film, which is very much a market-built artistic medium, demands a constant competition for attention at all costs. And so to have a durational frame is a way of demanding a different measure of time from your audience, from their attention. It's a way of honoring something that we're looking at. But also, for me, I think that boredom or discomfort are underused registers in film today because they actually, they're the experience of sitting with something for what feels too long gives us a chance to go into the body.
Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, and we can think about how that registers with how we've made our way through the day.
It's
beginning
true.
with the performance of Black Quantum Futurism, and then Amy Meredith Cox centering us in our bodies and breathing time. And then the look of the camera, the way the camera's held on faces, on feet, is really gorgeous.
Yeah.
I was going to say, as you were talking, I was thinking about Julie Dash, Daughters of the Dust, and that moment in the screenplay book when Toni Cade Bambara says she's trying to heal our imperialized eyes. And so I think about the connection between your practice and that let's use those underdeveloped registers of discomfort. Let's sit with it, boredom, not understanding, and see what that actually feels like in our bodies.
Yeah. But I think the counter to that is also spectacle, as
Absolutely.
you're saying, the imperial. And, I'm interested in the relationship between, the mundane or the the boring moment, the voiceover that requires a lot of attention, and then the pleasure that cinema also can provide, and the references of, popular culture that cinema makes available to us to use. And moving in between those registers, what that does to the body and what that opens up for us.
That's lovely.
Because I really think that, the reason to work in ways that are experimental is to try to open something up for ourselves and for other people. It's, to not, to ask more of us than to just be in the screen, but to say there's valuable things happening inside of you too, and I want you to pay attention to them. So
that's great. So in sort of breaking those grammars, what might it break open? And then making a different set of grammars, right?
Yes.
Okay. I had a thought, but maybe it's. Well, let's come back to the question of archive, because it was something that you said in the process of that answer about the kinds of references, sort of the ways in which popular cinema, say, plays on certain kind of references, so that you can see the reference to another film. And so I want to ask you what are your references, and how do you enter the archive? It's clearly with care. At the end, Miss O'Grady appears at the end of Conspiracy. Miss Annette is in Spit on the Broom. And so not just a question of archive, but a question of generations, a question of influences, a question of continuities. So can you speak some more to that?
Yes, well, I think for me, in the final form of the work, the archive is embedded, not purely translated. I think that part of that is, for me, a resistance to a demand within the film medium that we be translators and advocates because of the immediacy of film, which is something that's impossible, right? It's like what will actually create change is us deciding to make structural change. It's an unfair burden to put on art.
Yes.
But my process is deeply rigorous in the archive and deeply rigorous in terms of my interest in reinvesting in the people I work with. And so in the case of the tents, I had first visited the tents with Simone and also with the writer Caitlin Greenidge. And then I kept going back on my own and doing oral histories with many of the women about their experiences in the tents. And that was an archive that became a product that, isn't visible in the work. The film itself, for me, the tents were a teacher in cinematic form, because I realized that some of what the power was of being with them was the secrecy, and to simply sort of reveal, their secrets was to take away its power. And so then the film itself became a kind of trickster form of showing and also protecting. And similarly with Conspiracy, I think we were interested in the embedded archive in some ways as well, in thinking about lineages of both Simone's work, but also art history, of lineages of a kind of
That's our tambourine,
yeah,
but we can finish this thought.
What I will say is that, I think it was important. It was in this moment that was so historic to also say that there have been many brave, unuseful women artists before us, and who we make work and conversation with. And Lorraine O'Grady is one of those artists, and Jean Lee is one of those artists. And, I was saying to someone today, I'm so grateful that we live in a time where we get to celebrate all of these many generations of artists, and that we're finally in a time where also we can demand the platforms that have always been deserved.
And I think, if, and also to celebrate, but also to work with.
Yes.
Right? And this is such a wonderful bringing together. It's a pleasure.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
And this year's crown goes to not you. After weeks of polish, consultation, critiques, and pleasure deprivation, the winner was announced. Then you had to walk off stage knowing that everyone's a winner. That's a hard pill to swallow on a ride home with no AC.
There's nothing to talk about. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Please, can we just... Girl, do you have a tissue on your purse? Wait, it's not working. I need a tissue. I can't believe this. Do you have one in your purse? Worst night of my life. I don't even know how I didn't make the top 5. Did you see the trolls that made top 5? Great. Everything's melted. Oh my God, your bag is so messy.
You should have paid more attention to your attitude. Maybe you would have gotten Miss Congeniality. You could have gotten with a real winner like me. Say, do you remember the time we went out on a date? I picked you up in my sedan. Her name was Vanessa. But anyway, you didn't get it then, and you don't get it now.
Baby, I know. Look, you were the most beautiful contestant up there. You had the best talent, and we all know you knocked it out of the park with the swimsuit competition. Baby, don't cry.
It should have been me.
It's gonna be a long night. I've been there, and on nights like this, I work hard not to let my mind question all the things that I still want to get my hands on, like that French horn, a new bicycle, some ceramic knives, and a more updated phone. Hey, it's a new day. Take on a new obsession. Try considering the world as bigger than yourself. Maybe you should consider gardening.
Dear Diary, it was a perfect day for a pool party. The sky was huge and the concrete scorched even feet with shoes. Most of the people at our cookout that day worked with my parents at the area college. To my recollection, it wasn't a holiday, just a typical summer occurrence on our prefab cul-de-sac. We often had get-togethers in the summer with people stopping by to swim or for Mom's cake and ice cream. Earlier, Aunt Pearl taught me how to backfloat in shallow water. Our pool was made for lingering in the summer because the water was just right. I never swim without something inflated, but that day, I thought I'd practice backfloating in deeper water. Mom brought out the dessert. My hyper schoolmates raced for the first slice. While splashing and screaming for cream, everyone failed to notice that my effort to float was a flop. No one noticed my mishap until minutes later. As I swallowed chlorine and smelled hot bubbles, everyone else was still having a good time. Gargling prosperity on a dry day. So happy to be on an echelon above the masses. All were elated about having the day off. Most were from forebears who inhaled life with their nose pressed up against a pastry display case. During my mid-century childhood, our pool was an emblem of post-war advancement at its zenith. And that day, I was at the bottom of it. With hydrogen nearly reaching my lungs and all of this on my heart, I still believed it was a perfect day for a pool party.
The firm's jumbo jet was the last of its kind, and equipped to seat over 75 staff. It has a conference room, an office, an executive galley with sleeping quarters, and a gigantic cold storage unit for holding 4,500 works of African art.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been cleared for departure. Flight attendants, please make seat for takeoff.
Artwork. What is this? What am I supposed to do with all of this? I can't believe this is happening. I was supposed to have received a bonus, a promotion, a raise of some sort. I can't keep living like this. What am I supposed to do with all of this? Yeah, the founder's gone. Her kids won't stop squabbing. At least they could have waited until we landed to let us know that everything with this company had gone belly up.
They could have at least given me a gold pin. I've worked for these people for 25 years. I just can't believe this is happening. What is this?
And we've got another 12 hours on this flight. I gotta get out of here, it's cold.
Boa tarde. Good afternoon. Here we are again. I'm myself here on the stage. And so happy to be here again. It's a kind of repetition, but again, thank you. You know, so I feel so transformed by after every conversation since, you know, yesterday, and I'm so happy to be here with you. It's an honor.
Likewise.
It's an honor. So how are you feeling?
You know, I've been telling everybody, thank you. I think yesterday and the day before I didn't have the language for how deep in my feelings I am with this entire journey. From the jet lag to the motion of the boat, you know, like when I pray and I close my eyes, I really feel it, right? And, you know, I just want to definitely say thank you, Simone, thank you, Rashida. I'm trying not to cry, but it's just, I think everybody's cried, right? You know, I think I'm most moved. I'm not surprised, because this is very consistent with Rashida and Simone's, you know, decision-making and just track record of, you know, really teaching all of us, because we're taught in the art world to, like, really believe in the soul genius, right? And I'm so in love with the teaching of how to decentralize that, and that every move, at least Simone and Rashida make, it's like, you know, I'm not an exception to the rule. I am up from a planet of like just phenomenal beings, and it's just so, we all feel that, but she's really like shown it, and I'm just blown away, you know, how to teach. So thank you very much. And
you deserve it, you know that.
Oh, girl, I mean, you know, it's just awesome to be in the Cypher, and I think, yeah, that's where I feel.
She was nervous when you were there watching. That's why I started. So, you know, I was so excited when I got invited to be in this conversation, because it was the first time that I had a contact with your work. Mm-hmm. And I saw so many connections with things that are really inside my interest and my practice. We're gonna get there. But another thing that I thought it was interesting about this proposal is that you self-curate your program.
Right.
So you picked up a group of films that's a kind of 11 years of, you know, your works. I think we should like maybe start a little bit about, you know, the choice you make, why you choose those films to represent you today.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I just wanted to give, and, you know, with each assignment, it's an opportunity for me to really kind of revisit, because I'm very good for making the work and then not looking at it again until we need to screen it. So it was a great exercise in just kind of, you know, really asking myself, where am I now, with the last project being the most recent and is on view, or was on view at the Tang, and a project that I'm working on there. But all of this really started, you know, just responding to seeing Todd Haynes' Karen Carpenter story. And, you know, I was blown away. I'm always blown away with how, you know, dudes and white dudes get to do whatever they want. And to do it, you know, many times untethered to pain, right? Or untethered to traumatic circumstances. It's almost the reverse position of, like, things work for you,
things work for your lineage, there's a history, and there's the decision to move in an opposite direction, to have, the fodder of conflict, as a place to start. And I'm just kind of like, I wish I had that luxury of like no conflict as a place to like roam and to kind of work there. It's like, well, damn it, I just want to do that too. Let me just, play with what it means to be as carefree as I want to be, and and then just enjoy the delight of making for a fun's sake, and for the practice of just needing to abide in feeling good, and so that's what this was about. I think these kind of four bodies of work, I think kind of talk to each other from the specifics of objects. I don't talk about this a lot, but I've been working on a series forever that really was spawned by Cyrus Coulter's work. Is a writer out of Chicago who really did amazing work in the Black arts movement, and it just was so much about Black people's relationship to things and objects and stuff, things you can touch. And it just makes a lot of sense to kind of, because I'm revisiting that series now, I've spent a lot of time away from the practice, like the 11 years, a lot of it was administrative. And now that I'm back, I'm just really just reassessing just what that means to be engaged with, things. And it's so hard to not be engaged with things with Chanel and Prada and Gucci down the hall. I mean, I'm not buying any of that stuff, but it's just still kind of like, this is where the good stuff is, So.
So good to hear you.
Yeah.
So good to hear. Yeah. For me, one of the things that strikes the most, and we've been talking about it since we met like 2 days ago, it's about this everyday life dimension. Yesterday, when I finished my presentation with that clip of Cabela with the combing, and talking about how everyday life can be transformative when you talk about Black experiences in cinema. And I was impressed how you bring that, but in a complete unique perspective, because you add a layer of failure, of disappointment, a frustration that I love. And I feel people was looking at people's reactions today. I was just like, okay, they are not expecting that.
Yeah.
that end. So, and all of that with the textures, so many layers, like, touching layers, tactile layers. So can you speak a little bit about those options, how you mingle this everyday life, the failure dimensions, the disappointment, and the textures? Because I love the movement of the dresses, for example.
Oh, yeah.
We see the dresses coming down, not properly their faces. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think I wouldn't be an animator if I couldn't have, I think all of us who deal with making actual work start out with 2D work, one way or the other. You learn through drawing, and I did, and I found myself least satisfied with that. I mean, I've never abandoned the practice of making drawings, and I think through drawings and organize all of this, but the real delight comes from touching the objects. It definitely comes in the editing room of kind of figuring out how to relay that sensibility of tactility. Comes with voiceover, who gets to, who I get to partner with, and kind of, puffing up and adding that additional dimension to the work. The everyday is, it's my most accessible material and medium in itself. I live for people watching. I think that started out this journey, like this body of work was happening when I was working at Prairie View A&M University, a historically Black college in Texas. And just the kind of other planet that these students, I'm so excited to see Spelman students in Morehouse in the house. Yeah, I know. Just anything could be transformed in that campus. I think about all of how language and students would teach me. I don't know slang anymore, but there were so many ways of talking about things that I just didn't think about until a student would bring that into the fold. And then just kind of making do with what you have out in the middle of the country, is also like a part of the logic behind why certain objects are placed in front of the camera,
And you go from the plastic, to then, and to the, that's also amazing. I love that, the dialogue that you create. So one thing that I was, I think, I'm going to change, because we talked before, I'm going to change a little bit. Because there's a dimension and there's a kind of, the grotesque representation that you do of things and the Barbies. So I think everybody might be curious about, that dimension, how you decide to work with them and to use them in your work.
Yeah, I mean, I really love all kinds of plastic things. It usually begins in relationship to, scavenging, flea markets, essentially eBay all the time. eBay helps me build drawings and find found images to layer on top of. The dolls really, just way back in the day. I mean, there's so many kind of models and pop or tropes in pop music that you're so used to, you take for granted. But Little Kim in the very, very, very beginning was like, oh, well, what a thing here, as an individual and an object, and a talkie, as a puppet. That was the first layer of thinking, oh, I'm interested in that in '99, and then just thinking more about it. And then again, Todd Haynes taking that, casting the actual Mattel Barbie doll for Karen Carpenter, who was a '70s pop star, and really turning her story on its ear by taking the sweet out of all of it and making her story incredibly grotesque. There was that kind of, the rejection of the sweet, and I wanted to embed the sweet because I just don't think that our presence gets celebrated enough for that, And I come from a very, very chill, sweet group of salty individuals at times, but I can't help but to find everything that Sandra described about her family, just, as we all know, it just resonated, It's, so the dolls are really a stand-in for that, in terms of really emphasizing how much I'm aware of the under-recognized sweet nature of our presence.
Yes, I was thinking about Christina's Sharp yesterday when she was talking about tenderness, and I took notes early this morning. And she was quoting an interview Gail Jones made by Claudia Tate when she was saying that tenderness can be an alternative to brutality. This is not the order, I kind of changed it, but that was the idea. And she ended up by saying that tenderness might just be a gesture, it might just be a look, a black look, some regard related between people and apparel. And also, I would like how you relate to that, because I saw that when you work. And then, sorry, Christina, I'm just taking.
I'm really. I hope that people see the tenderness in the work. I hope that when you get, the opportunity to laugh, and to relax a little. I need work at times to be light. I do. I think I love everything about what's happening in this forum. I love everything when the work makes me feel it in my stomach. But I know for myself, it's. I need light, right? And I equate that with tenderness at times, right? I definitely think that, the nature of, the cliche of us being incredibly resilient and strong is also trite, and it's so tired, and I need to also feel like, I don't know how to say it other than, dealing with texture helps me also kind of play with what could be touched upon as tender and soft. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
yeah.
I do know.
So.
Yes. Now that's one thing. That's what I really love. It's when we are talking this about this failure dimensions, where you put everyday life. We are talking about this. How can ordinary can be extraordinary in the sense of, what we live, and revolutionary to see it on the screen. And Yes, and that brings me to your latest work. That's I kind of see a shift in the way that you, the kind of themes that you're approaching. Can you speak a little bit about that and the particular mood of the flight attendants?
Oh, the flight, yeah, absolutely. There are certain characters that I have another flight attendant story that is, I've really enjoyed working with. But this latest project was very much just in league with thinking about this repatriation of objects out of museums and just thinking about the everyday use of any individual, the way these objects are, now being used for different kinds of discussions that I never thought in a million years I'd ever live to be around to see. And so this one particular character, this is a work in progress that's unfolding and living in not just the animated work, but in film, in drawings and in objects that will find their way back in front of the camera in different ways. But just, what does it mean for this lay individual, this flight attendant, to now have access to all of these objects, to all of this meaning? And so I'm having a very good time finding new ways to rethink and remold, and between putting on fingernails, between kind of using and creating a line of makeup and chocolate and things that could work for. What do you do with this is the big question. But that's the most fun part, is this new sense of where we're going within the diaspora. What do we do with this moment? What do these objects do? How are they recontextualized? So that was just setting the stage for that's what this one particular character is going to go through, and hopefully the audience will go along with it in terms of what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, but again, just playing with how incredibly important this moment is.
Yes, I think it was also nice the way. Okay, it's. Much better than have something, just
like a table,
yeah,
right.
Just like telling you the time. But I was thinking that's interesting how you bring the diaspora conversation, I was thinking about this fact, I don't know, because if I'm always flying a lot, crossing the Atlantic, and being this diaspora person, to have this insight in the airplane, like the division of the airplane, and where the works are and her encounter with it. So yes, and it's there's a show going on with that that project. Where is it?
The show is at Skidmore College, and it's with the Tang, and I've just been in residence there since last year. And the fun part is really it started. We started having these conversations during the pandemic and under lockdown, and the question was, where do we, as a human species, go from here? Just thinking about how to be better human beings, and so I'm really excited to wear the hat of artist and curator, because that's kind of the two worlds I've been shuttling between for a while, and got to bring into the space, because the space changes, the films change. I'm working with the students to create an element that's related to the first project. Brought in artists Margarita Cabrera, Jenny Leviathan and Livonian, and Autumn Night, kind of helping me and shift and play with the space as we kind of just explore where do we go. It's really about travel. It's really about also making space for the value of sisterhood, and just really going on a journey with students.
Thank you so much, Larry. Yes. You're amazing. Thank you.
Water. Get out of here. All right. Thanks.
Wow.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I was hoping, afternoon crowd, we'd get a little dispersal. I'm so happy you're here.
No, not for you, my dear. So Fairleigh, that was so beautiful. It was immersive, celestial, molecular. I mean, there's so many. I can keep going, like free association. But I wanted to start by taking the cue from our previous our friends and colleagues, sisters. How are you feeling?
Beyond nervous and just grateful. I mean, there's been many mentions of Suzanne Césaire today, but the cultural lineage that Simone and Rashida and Tina and Saidiya are making here are boundless. When I see all the baby girls here, I keep thinking, what will they say 90 years from now? What will they have experienced and what will have changed and what will they continue changing? So grateful and very nervous.
I wanted to start more general, in a general way, before getting into specifics. I'd love for you to talk about this transition from painting, from working with drawing and painting and figuration in extremely labored, delicate, intricate manner, to time-based media. And if you could say a little bit about that process.
Yeah, so painting for me has always been a time loophole in the sense that you come in as a viewer at any point, and the paint itself is just a marker of my body. There is different ways of entering. So me going into animation was with a reluctance because as a subjective time person, I'm always late. And then trying to find other, there are so many physics terms for alternate uses of time, including one CPT, which is, let me say it properly, charge, parity, and time reversal symmetry, which, it's how to conceptualize a reversal of time. It's the only scientific formula they have found for conceptualizing our bound laws of reality with another potentiality. Mm-hmm. And I just kept thinking, we have had models for this in many, many ways. One of them being the cosmogram, accessing, spiritual and physical time. Mm. And so that was one of the inspirations for going into animation, that it does give you a way of navigating within a time format that expands and explodes it.
Thank you for evoking that. I was interested in understanding or having us say aloud in this archived context your influences, because I think they flow so seamlessly into a multiplicity that's expressed in your art as a whole. But I'm curious to know a bit more your influences in terms of literature, in terms of film, and we spoke a little bit about Octavia Butler, Kamau Brathwaite, magical realism. So I'm just curious or to hear more.
There's such a bounty. I almost feel like any slice that we give today will only be a hint of the entire feast. But there is a tight grip. There's a Venn diagram of Drexciya and Octavia that have taken over a lot of creatives. And I am in lineage and share their wonder at the making of these, the Drexciya duo and Octavia's, specifically for me, Xenogenesis. Lilith's brood is something, the Loi within that, this third space of being that is has been so generative. But really exciting, right? I mean, there's just doorways on doorways. And so those are two of them. And of course, I really appreciated Daveed Diggs' novella, The Deep, which I recommend everybody reads. It's such a beautiful way of navigating the 9 album notes of the Drexciya myth into one comprehensive narrative form. Just beautiful. Before I spiral. Speaking of spiral, that's another influence, is just this poetics of resistance, that trying to again avoid time or the strictures of time.
So I noticed in the film there is this tension between the movement, well, the sound, the movement of the figures in this deep space, and the text, or our act of reading. So our act of listening, the act of reading. And I'm curious if you could say a little bit more about the excerpt that is guiding us, in essence.
Yeah, so it is out of deep admiration that I showed the text as a grounding form here. It is still a work in progress, and you might be the only people who see this form of it, depending on how things proceed. But there is an excerpt I'd like to read again from it that is foundational to it. So it goes, and it's something that was part of the film. During the remembrance, mind left body, not long from now, the entirety of the Wanjiru people would be entranced by history. They would move, but according to instinct and random pulses in their brains, indecipherable from a seizure. They would be in no position to fend for themselves in that state, so they built a giant mud sphere in defense, its walls thick and impenetrable. They called it the womb, and it protected the ocean as much as it protected them. So this space of fecundity and the protection within it. So much of, if we're speaking of lineage, matrilineage, has been sometimes imposed. I am so honored to be within such strong matrilineal lines, and I'm just also trying to honor the people who did not have a choice in that, and whose very reproduction became the means of capitalism. How do you resist? How do you resist both? Or willingly embrace what is truly yours while being in resistance? How do we love when we're in battle, you know?
So there's so many motifs, I mean, in your work beyond this animation as well, but was so strong to me, this sensation of immersion or submersion. And I wonder if you could speak a little bit, to that as a landing or a floating or a positionality that you wanted your audience to embrace.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who was born in an island and raised in a peninsula, I don't know how to swim. So, but I've never been afraid of water. And I always, I know, for instance, no matter where I live, I've had a pretty nomadic upbringing, that if I'm ever repressing my emotions, there's always a flood around me. So water is something that follows me and I feel really bound to. And I wanted to bring that. Part of, it's pretty amazing how part of both in the ideation of Octavia's novels, especially the Earthseed series, and in Drexciya, it goes from being deeply internal to the earth to being ultimately in space. So this submersion being in both, being something that binds both.
That also gives me the opportunity to move to another strong motif, which is the role of women I mean, and it's echoed through Simone's work, obviously, through Rashida's work, through our own convening here. So I wonder if you could speak about the role of women in your work in general, and also the connection to water.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, since we're here, Oshun and Yemoya, just full obeisance. I feel like they have informed so much of all of our practices. I remember even Simone mentioning a flood that happened in her house and mentioning Mami Wata, that these are ideas and technologies and energies. It's kind of base to even call it a technology because it transcends, but within the language of science, there is a label of what is, again, useful. And to go back to Madeline, how do you quantify what has not been contained and assigned as useful? But these ideologies that transcend all of that, that have helped us and continue to guide our navigation, are the crucial foundation to it. Yeah.
Thank you. Sound, too, is, I think what's so masterful, in this short, it's only 5 minutes, but it feels so long. It's so immersive and beautiful, haunting, but also grounding too. It's like the combination structurally, you kind of hit it right on its peak. And the sound moves us too. So there's the text that grounds in a way. There's also these figures so elegant, so graceful. And then the sound that is so, like the bass was there. It was so intense. So I'm curious, say more.
Yeah, so I actually worked with another meta fan of the Drexciya duo. He actually worked in Berlin and had been able to experience it for, performances firsthand, Rob Walker. And one of the grounding, guiding points for the composition that I always wanted to bring is that fourth beat. To try to just get to the heart, to the water, and then to lift certain notes so you felt the breath. And those are specific core notes that bring everything back up. I'm always working with music. When to paint, I need music, and I wanted to bring that space into the viewing. It was really important. The part of the title of the piece is Kalabi Yao, which I had to bring up. But it's this manifold model that is used specifically now for string theory, to ideate different modes of string theory. And it was the original title of one of the tracks from one of the DJs of Drexciya. So trying to have this as at least in theory, the theory that's being hailed being the guiding point or the connector between the sound.
So you said fourth note?
Fourth beat.
Fourth beat, okay. Thanks for the correction.
Hey.
So something that I want to bring up as a misreading for me, but it ends up not being a misreading because I think, you tell me. But when I first watched the film, the kind of material that floats on its own, almost like coral, I thought was a really interesting way to also bring in these other kind of environmental stresses that we all have to contend with in the space of climate change, essentially, right? The loss of coral reef, how that affects us on land. And you said, that's interesting that you see that. It actually is this other quality that you needed to imagine in relationship to these figures. And I wonder if you could share a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you guys have how familiar you are with the Drexciya myth, but essentially it is the ideation of this Black Atlantis. These brilliant guys from Detroit basically reimagined the Middle Passage. What would have happened if the pregnant women, enslaved women who were thrown overboard, had been able to survive and their babies had adapted to breathe underwater? This idea of breath that has been brought up in many of the conversations. What is this extra breath? And then pushing that forward, what kind of brilliant structures would have been built in this Black Atlantis? And so if you are a water being, you wouldn't have steel and hard-shelled structures. So I almost imagine these anemone-like extensions of lungs, ways of breathing, ways of extending breath, and coral reefs being the lungs of the ocean, right? So I'm really glad you saw it that way. But this soft, luscious way of extending the body that is not about, the armor is not what we would expect in land.
So I want to circle back to Yemaya and Oshun only because of color. Like, I think that's my association and how it symbols and how we recognize aspects of these deities. But the use of color in the animation, I would love to hear you speak more about that, how that also is place-making. I'm interested in detail, so I hope that's okay for everyone.
Oh, no, of course.
I'm like, kind of want to get granular, because I think those are the things, that's also a language, you know, and there's so much care and specificity, which also allows for it to enter us, right? So I would love to hear you say more.
Yeah, so I tend to use color symbolically, more than I realize many times, that I want to embed the lexicon of the Yoruba pantheon within my color theory. So much of what we were taught was Joseph Albers and a very refracted appropriation of color theories from around the world. So trying to give it back and to mark it. And when I paint, a lot of times they start as horizontal fields that are, I have to basically traverse over the entire surface. And many times it involves salt to try to just refract and crystallize and make patterns to then read from. So all the figures emerge out of what gravity dictates, what the air dictates. So starting with those elements. It sounds so weird to say it that way, but essentially a prayer, and hoping that through that guidance something can come through. But that's how the color comes. First from this acknowledgement of a pantheon, and then a theory, a practice, and chance.
Thank you. Yes, beautiful. Yes. There was also another detail in the film, this kind of kaleidoscopic, or this kind of merging into the center or merging out of the center. I wonder if you could say also a little bit more about that, kind of breaking with, I guess, the conventions of a single shot within the animation and the logic of that.
Yeah, I think it's from, so these works, this film is based on the paintings that are now at the Biennale. I'm very grateful to have been involved in another project with a very strong female, Suzanne Césaire-esque lineage. We're in this cultural bond. It's the most, along with this historic moment, the only time you've had this many women in history in one exhibition. So I am just giddy that I get to be in these spaces by these strong women who are just showing how not only space has been created, but will continue to generate and refract and hopefully recalibrate what we're going through. With that, thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Alexis Brooks, and I am a spring 2022 graduate. I studied sociology and environmental science at Spelman College. Thank you. I'm honored to briefly introduce our final presenters for Day 2 of Loophole of Retreat Venice. Unfortunately, we recently received news that Tarana Burke, creator of the Me Too movement, regrets she could not join us today. Tina Kempt will begin this hour of speakers. Tina Kempt is Roger S. Berlin, class of 52, professor of humanities in the Department of Art and Archaeology and the Lewis Center for the Arts at Princeton University. Kempt is a Black feminist theorist of visual culture and contemporary art and the founding convener of the Practicing Refusal Collective and the Sojourner Project. Kempt has published 4 books, most recently A Black Gaze in 2021. Phoebe Boswell is an artist based in London. Boswell's figurative and interdisciplinary practice explores freedom, migration, contested histories, and imagined futures through a Black, feminist, and multi-layered diasporic lens. She has received accolades for her internationally exhibited work, most recently the Lumiere Award from the Royal Photographic Society in 2021. She is Whitechapel Gallery's writer in residence for 2022. Daniela Rose King is a writer and adjunct curator of Caribbean diasporic art at the Hyundai Tate Research Center Transnational. She recently worked on the landmark exhibition, Life Between Islands, Caribbean British Art 1950s to Now at the Tate Britain. Previously, as curatorial fellow at the ICA, University of Pennsylvania, she curated The Last Place They Thought Of and Deborah Anzinger, An Unlikely Birth. Raquel Lima is a poet, performer, and art educator based in Sao Tome and Principe. She is a doctoral candidate in post-colonial studies at the Center for Social Studies at the University of Coimbra. She released her first book, an audiobook of poetry, in 2019. Lastly, Ms. Sura Allison is an independent researcher, curator, and art historian based in London and Milan. She is the founder of Ashiko, a visually driven art platform inspired by Africa and its diaspora. She collaborates with artists and researchers to think of possibilities of reclamation. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now I know why people got nervous up here. It's not only there's not only a lot of light on us, but you all look gorgeous. Okay, so I have to begin by saying that it is a great gift to occupy this space with all of you today for reasons that will become clearer in a moment. I also have to say that I have received so many beautiful words of thanks for helping to create this space with Rashida and with Simone and with Saidia and with Susan and with all the other people who have made this possible. And I will say to you out loud what I've been saying to everyone who's come up to me, which is that it does nothing to create a space unless you have the people to fill that space with the kind of generosity that all of you have brought to this space. That is what makes it. I must also apologize for the fact that I don't have any videos or audios because this just came together at the early in the week. And so I was too late even for the magical people who are working on tech today. They could not conjure that into being. I'm going to be talking about something we've been talking about for the last 2 days. And all I'm going to do is name it. So I dedicate these words to Simone for what she's gifted us here, to Rashida for how she's made it accessible to so many people, to Saidia for continuing to share that big fat brain of her that challenges us every day, and to my thought collaborators at the Practicing Refusal Collection who nourish my mind and my soul. Okay. Here we go. I've spent the first part of this week thinking with a group of friends and radical co-conspirators, many of whom are here in the audience today, called the Practicing Refusal Collective. We've been talking about what it would mean to create a vocabulary that thinks from Blackness, taking Blackness as its origin and source of inspiration. We've been thinking about how to define a set of terms for living Blackness boundlessly, beyond all limitations, something some might call living Blackness as freedom. The term I've chosen to contribute was prompted by one of the concepts offered to us as a directive for our assembly here in Venice, medicine. It is a term defined in the idiom of our convening as broad and traditional approaches to diverse ailments, physical, spiritual, natural, and supernatural, using the qualities of science, plants, and animals to cope with the natural and supernatural world around us. The work of root and leaf doctors, traditional healers, and conjurers of the rural Black American South and the global South. I have to confess that I've spent the past 3 years watching medicine fail. I, like so many of us here, have spent 3 years grieving that failure and mourning indelible losses. The loss of an aunt to COVID, the loss of a father to cancer, the loss of another aunt to cancer on an annual basis. The term that I'm interested in sits adjacent to the idea of medicine as its necessary supplement. It is a supplement I have spent the past 3 years watching, feeling, doing, and receiving. Medicine is a treatment for an injury or a wound, but it is not necessarily an antidote or a cure. While medicine can heal, this is not always the case, and it's never guaranteed. For medicine to heal, it requires a supplement. It requires care. Care, noun. The provision of what is necessary for the health, welfare, maintenance, and protection of someone or something. Serious attention or consideration applied to doing something correctly or to avoid damage or risk. Verb, to feel concern or interest, attach importance to something. To look after and provide for the needs of. Care is healing without the presumption of a cure or a guarantee of survival. Care is comfort, compassion, and sustenance delivered even in the face of inevitable failure. Care is a demonstration and instantiation of attachment and relation. Care is also a refusal. It is a refusal to be insensitive to the pain or suffering of others. It is a refusal to look away or look past the precarity of those in need. I want us to think about care as more than a noun or a verb. I want us to think about its multiplicity of forms and registers. I want to embrace its multiple frequencies as sound, touch, time, and feeling. Care is the touch of another that heals not because it takes away pain, but because it recognizes that pain and accompanies you through it. It is the wordless look that acknowledges that suffering will not last always, but refuses to let you bear it alone. It is the sound of a quiet hum, a melodious song, or a low whisper that opens space for another, fills it with companionship, and envelops you in a protective sonic cloud. It is a temporal loop of durational presence, waiting, sitting, standing beside, holding. What are the frequencies of care or caring for Black bodies? How might those frequencies be mobilized as part of a lexicon for understanding the possibility for Black people to live unbounded lives? More specifically, what does care sound like? It's a question that I've grappled with in extremely generative ways through the work of artists who catalyze the sonic and affective frequencies of care in ways that compel us to listen to what care might sound like. But it's a question that first confronted me in the form of its striking absence. It was a scene streamed over and over around the world, a scene repeated far too often in far too many places. A Black man wrestled to the ground, blue-clad officers forcing breath from his body, pleas for breath that went unyielded. But in John Acumpha's 5 Murmurations, he compels us not so much to watch the scene, but to witness it through sound. We listen to it unfold in slow motion in the final extraordinary minutes of the film while looking at 3 dark, flickering screens. What I heard in that installation was not what I expected. I did hear that gut-wrenching, grasping voice again and again, but I was forced also to attend to the other voices, which against the Black backdrop of 3 dark screens resonating with chilling impact. You seem to be talking just fine. It takes a heck of a lot of oxygen to talk. What I heard was the raging absence of care, the willful negation of it, the relegation of a body to death. Which returns me to my question, what does care sound like? It is the sound of coughs and laughter, of mumbling, singing, claps and coos, rattles and intermittently decipherable voices. Sounds of rebellion, sounds of protest, sounds of an explosion that sought to destroy a domicile and a movement, but didn't. They intermingle with the abstract rhythms and the musical soundtrack of the 1970s Black life. It is an ambient frequency of care that Simone Lee described as sonic protection in her 2019 installation, Loophole of Retreat 1. They are sounds that were conjured creatively and intentionally by fellow inmates of Debbie Sims Africa at the Cambridge Springs Women's Prison in Erie, Pennsylvania, where she was incarcerated for the death of a police officer who participated in a military-style siege of the home and headquarters of Debbie and her fellow members of the Black Liberation Group MOVE in Philadelphia. Idling as distraction outside her prison cell, her incarcerated sisters created a web of acoustic protection while she gave birth to her son a month after her incarceration. What we hear in Loophole of Retreat 1 is the reincarnation of this wall of sonic protection. It is a soundscape created by Lee and Moore Mother that streamed within the lattice concrete walls of the Loophole installation. It was the sound of care exercised by a collectivity of incarcerated women who used sound to protect a mother and her newborn child for 3 short days of bonding before being discovered and separated by prison guards. Drips and splashes, ebbs and flows. It is the sound of water, musically syncopated and rhythmically reconstituted through a cacophony of voicings by Theaster Gates and the Black Monks. It is the soundtrack to his 2019 film Dance of Malaga, which weaves a sono-visual portrait of a community of mixed-race Black families that inhabited Malaga Island off the coast of the U.S. state of Maine. Water was the life force of this community and its conduit of care. It was a protective barrier, a passageway, and a sanctuary for a community that trespassed the boundaries of racial mixture. They refused the strictures of anti-Blackness by choosing the isolation and autonomy provided by the waters surrounding Malaga Island, and as a means to create an intentional community of kin and kind. Water sustained them as fishers and seafarers and sheltered them for decades until state officials threatened to displace them from the island. And when, according to their descendants, they packed their belongings, deconstructed their homes, and floated them south on rafts to resettle on the mainland and other islands, they used water to refuse the state's eviction order, mobilizing it as a liberating force and a line of flight that allowed them to create a path to a different future. In Dance of Malaga, the sound of water is the sound of care. Care as redress for historical injury and erasure. Gates's audio track uses the sound of water to sing the erased community of Malaga into visibility. Their tones summon their presence into sight. Their sonic frequencies intertwine the sounds of water that sustain this community with the sounds of music that celebrate them. It is a very different sound, a tinny sound I heard through my cell phone. It is a sound that began with the ring of her cell phone at the other end of my call. She picked up, but she did not respond. I heard the rustle of hands on the microphone and the phone itself being jostled and moved, and then finally finding rest. I heard muffled voices speaking not to me, but to each other. I heard my cousin in conversation with my aunt's doctor. I heard him say her mom would go quickly now, and that she needed to be prepared. I heard my cousin say, I want to be strong for her. And I heard the doctor say, no. You do not have to be strong. Your strength is clear and your love is clear. All you have to do is love her. It was a sublime mistake that my cousin picked up the phone and thought she had hung up, when in fact I was still on the line. But it was a mistake that, at an extremely dark time in my life, granted me access to an intimate frequency of care. What I heard was the sound of an exhausted ICU doctor caring for my exhausted cousin and caring for my dying aunt. My family heard the serial sounds of care enabled by the fact that her ICU nurses placed 10 calls in the hours after that call that I overheard to individual members of my family using my aunt's cell phone. They held her cell phone to her ear in her final hours so that we could sing and speak and coo and hum to her and shatter the barrier of isolation of the COVID ward with an intimate frequency of care. I'll repeat the question one more time. What are the frequencies of care or caring for Black bodies? It is an audio track that has no tangible form, and yet its sound still registers resoundingly in my ears. It is the sound of our first convening of the Loophole of Retreat back in 2019, in April of 2019. In that very unlikely place in the auditorium of the Guggenheim Museum, I believe that what we conjured was the frequency of care. It was a sound of care that registered to me in the hush of quiet listening with fierce focus and sustained concentration. I heard it in the form of sighs and in a sound of deep connection that rumbled and resonated and that reemerged over and over in this room all day, yesterday, and today. It's that deep, guttural sound that I associate with Black women thinking together and registering affirmation with Black women together, registers affirmation that rises almost involuntarily from us. It is a frequency of care that resounds in embraces with strangers and expressions of gratitude for a space we created and held together. A space countless people have described to me since then, and which I would also use to describe our assembly here as church. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Hello, everyone. What an honor to follow Tina Camp. I was saying at lunch today that this all feels a little bit like a hallucination. It feels like this kind of beautiful freedom dream. But now I'm here and it's nerve-wracking and it's real and you're here. And we're all here together and I'm just so grateful for this, for everyone who's dreamt this and made it possible for us to gather. When I got the invitation to be with you, and I saw the list, my heart didn't really know what to do with itself because I'm just so full of admiration for all of your hearts. So thank you for having me. I'm going to tell you a little story about medicine, or dawa in Swahili. It's summer. Oh. How do I do this? It's not working. Okay. It's summer 2015, and I'm sitting on a mat in front of a mganga, a traditional healer in Zanzibar. I'd been given a year-long residency at the Florence Trust. It's not working. It's not, I'm sorry. At the Florence Trust. A church in North London that had been access to artists but was not deconsecrated, meaning it is still holy. And I wanted to spend my time contemplating what belief is, always through this latent lens, searching somehow for home. So I'm in Zanzibar. Oh, I think it just takes time. No? I'm in Zanzibar, my mother's place, where a few years before, a young girl I knew, Hawa, had gone missing. When she came back, panicked, disheveled, she said she had been taken by the spirits, and she couldn't tell us where she'd been or what had happened to her, but she'd physically disappeared for some days, and we wanted justice. The community was adamant that she wasn't to go to the police or to the hospital, but to the mganga, because the spirits were obviously angry and she had to appease them. She did. He told her what she needed to do, which herbs to drink and words to recite. His nurses gave her a knife to hold as they cut her skin at pulse points and rubbed dawa into her bleeding wounds to ward off further danger. She followed his instruction, and a couple of weeks later, it was never mentioned again, with the communal understanding that she was now, once again, fine. What was fascinating to me, somewhat dislocated, having been raised in the diaspora, in a secular household and socialized by the West, was how the belief in the power of the spirits meant that a very real trauma could be placed in this illusionary box and dealt with in an illusionary way, and the trauma would seemingly disappear in a way that no amount of justice, the way I knew it, is ever able to. So, with Howard's consent, now us both adults and able to talk retrospectively about this thing that had happened, which she recalled as being akin to having malaria, feverish, delirious. She knows something happened, but struggles to remember what. I went to her healer. And when I got there, he made me sit down, and he asked me my name. And I told him Phoebe. And he wrote it in his book. And as soon as he did, I got this incredible, excruciating pain right here. It shot through and it landed here. It was like nothing I've ever felt before. I didn't react openly, not wanting to let him know. After all, I was a somewhat skeptical Londoner, and this wasn't about me anyway. I was there only as witness, curious, like the cat. So I took a deep breath, and we continued. He told me he never wanted to be a healer, but that the spirits had come to him at night, convincing him over time that he had been chosen. He protested, saying that he wasn't literate. How could he possibly be the one? The spirits placated him. They told him they would teach him to read and to write, and eventually he conceded. And he can indeed now read and write people's names in his book. He told me that because he had never desired the power of Mganga, he never uses it for his own gains. What he does do most often, he said, was cure women of female problems. Like what, I ask, cautiously, not really sure I want to know. Like unmarriedness, for example. That's a really common one. All right, so how do you deem a woman cursed with unmarriedness? Does she come to you, having struggled to find a husband? Is it an age thing? And he says, no, it's really simple. When a woman is cursed with unmarriedness, she has a spirit of a lizard living inside her, which I can see. And the spirit lives here. And he points to the exact point in my tummy that is right now throbbing in agony. So I say, okay, I'm 33 and I'm not married. Maybe I'm cursed with unmarriedness. Can you see a lizard? And he says, no, I can't check you now. You need to come back with the offering and I'll do it properly. But if you do indeed have a lizard, I can remove it for you really easily, no problem. So I fly back to London, still in masses of pain. I go to the NHS, I do loads of tests, and they find nothing, absolutely nothing. And they put it down to the fact that I'd been in Africa. So I go to my studio and I start trying to make work. I'm still focused on this story of this girl, but sitting in London, everything I'm trying to make is coming across as very cynical, very colonial, very exploitative and exploitable, very much spoken in the language of me, sitting over here, looking over there, saying, look at how distant that stuff is. And still my tummy ached. And I realized then that this is where the truth lay. This pain, this body thing, this was where a truthful exploration, spoken in a truthful language, might begin if I really wanted to figure out how and why we believe. And also how to speak, who I am within these stories. It became an exploration into language itself. I work across a wide spectrum of media, drawing, animation, and installation, and I think a lot about language. I remember sitting in a talk at the British Library once between Ngugi wa Thiong'o and his two sons. Ngugi, in his thick Kikuyu accent, his voice rich with stories of anguish and of joy, passionately appealed to us all to write in our mother tongue, indeed to claim back our voices by removing our English robes. Of course, my language is visual, so perhaps I needn't have felt the surge of inability that I felt, because I don't need to use words. I don't need to learn how to place my tongue in order to correctly roll Kikuyu R's, or click in Xhosa, or rise and fall in Amharic. But the surge was strong nonetheless and filled with anxieties, hesitations, and resentments that I somehow cannot make truthful work about home, that I don't have the means or the right to. Because there are still translations to be made when creating visual languages. There's still necessity to consider how we as artists are speaking, who we are when we're speaking, who we're speaking to, who is listening, and what we want to say. In order to truthfully communicate what it means to be me in the world right now, my language needs to be pliable enough to squeeze into Kikuyu corners, eke itself into English edges, and also float in the middle space, the space between. I'm thinking about care, about the sacred bond between the artist and the subject, the care required to enter into that bond, the caress between artist and audience, the ecosystem of care required to hold our work, and how often careless the art world can be, how inextricably it is linked to the trappings of capitalism, the choke of coloniality. Anyway, I flew to Zanzibar to the healer Simanzi. He channels the spirits through Coca-Cola. So you bring him one, and he puts it between his feet as you sit before him, and he starts to rub it and to moan. He then rises up, speaking in this language that isn't quite Swahili. His nurses are perched against the wall, watching you, and they translate. You're not sure where the concoction of the narrative begins. Does it begin when the spirits in the Coke bottle whisper to him that they know the nature of your complaint and that he is speaking coherently in this spirit language, which his nurses have learned to translate? Or is he putting on an elaborate show, rubbing and writhing and groaning and rolling his pupils to the backs of his eyes, and meanwhile his nurses are watching you, reading you, and then they say the things they think you want to hear? He told me that I did indeed have a lizard spirit in me, which is preventing marriage. It's called Genie Marhaba, the passion spirit. It doesn't prevent me from meeting lovers, but it makes me do everything in my power to mess it all up. He told me that I could get rid of it very easily. All I have to do is go back to him every day for 7 days. And he has to rub my entire body with a specific leaf. And he says after that, I'll be married in a month. I decline. I come back to London and start making work. My stomach still hurts. The work is about storytelling. It's about how narratives are put together with such nuance as to make you believe them, told to you in such a way as to reassure a fragile part of yourself. I became fascinated with how you tell a story. Even this, talking to you today, how might I blur the edges of illusion through my art making and my language, and my slides when they work. So you, my audience, are not entirely sure, did this even happen? Did it? Does her stomach hurt? Does it matter? I call the NHS again, and I speak to a doctor from Uganda, who, having heard I first felt this pain while visiting a healer, promptly removes herself from my case. I ask if she believes the pain could have been brought on by my visit. She hesitates before whispering, low, almost inaudible, so none of her colleagues can hear, yes. I stare at the sky, and I hang up the phone. I make a couple of films and some experimental bits and pieces. I attempt to recreate Holbein's Dead Christ with my naked charcoal body on all sides and an interactive screen on top nestled within my drawn chest, which acts like an ultrasound. You shimmy around it and sort of find the lizard. The tomb is held up by Coca-Cola bottles. I inundate my wall with clay lizards and start to write little notes on my studio wall in pencil, standing here is bad luck and the like. And I watch as curators on studio visits catch a glimpse of them and subtly step away. We're suggestible creatures. When I tell an aunt who's born again what I'm working on, she's irate. She says I'm being careless. Still, I chalk it up to religion being the power of deep suggestion. Obviously, when Simanzi saw me, he thought, what are this girl's weak edges? And in Zanzibar, being my age and unmarried would have been cause for utmost concern. So he took one look at my singleness and put a lizard on it. Please close your eyes. Time passes. I show my experiments in an art lab type situation in Deptford in London. On the last day of the show, we have a little party, and it pours with rain. And a person arrives who I'll later fall in love with, who will later accidentally smash my eye, and later still break my heart. While in love, we regularly joke about how they have conquered the lizard. You can open your eyes. I'm lying in a hospital bed in the high dependency cardiac wing. All around me, sick people are contemplating life, contemplating dying, contemplating this middle moment between living and death, and some are shouting in delirium, in medicated sleep. One woman in the bed next to me keeps repeating something over and over, "Take me to the lighthouse, take me to the lighthouse," repeatedly in Urdu, adrift at sea. And I lie beside her, heartbroken, eye broken, wondering where my lighthouse is. I'm out of hospital and bleak. I'm coming to terms with my right eye, which is now held together by science, sellotape, graphite, and hope. I soon realized that my body needs more to heal itself. It needs a full-body visceral sensation. So I too return to the sea, to the lighthouse. I start making these charcoaly seascapes, imaging them through my varying moods, in the hope that somewhere on the horizon there might be light. I start conversing with René Musai about what I'm making and how art has become this safety valve, a ritual practice, a belief system in itself. Together, we gently trace the outline of a show with the gradual acceptance that what I'm making is not self-indulgent, since grief is universal and Black women should be allowed to grieve, be vulnerable, be soft, scream, fall apart publicly. I'm given 21 days at Autograph in London to draw by myself on the wall. Every day, I draw myself onto this taped horizon, 27 meters of it. It is deep catharsis to draw myself and leave myself there on the gallery wall. I draw in soft willow charcoal and do not fix it, inviting you, the audience, to care for me. It's an exercise in trust, delicate, after my spirit has been entirely shattered. I'm in Zanzibar again at my family home, healing. Friends ask if I'll go back to the healer. There's a sense that it would bring things full circle. I'm too depressed to make a reasonable call about this, so I ask my mother to drive me there. I'm sitting outside his hut, Simanzi's. Time has passed, but the chickens still wander, pecking at bits of maize and mango skins and fish guts. A pile of empty Coca-Cola bottles languishes under a tree, ready to be taken to the bottle shop in exchange for cash. I have a Coke bottle on the dashboard, and I'm paralyzed. I can't go in. Life has been too much. I worry that whatever he says, he could say anything, tell me to do anything, and I would believe it, and I would do it if he said it would make me feel better. I recall witnessing another of his patients those years before, who was told to find a 3-colored chicken, who would then be dipped in green dawa, a green paste, which would then be used to hit her in the face to rid her of night terrors. If the chicken died from the hitting, her pain, a curse, would go away. I remember being flummoxed, arrogant and judgmental in my concern. When this woman said that she would do this, she'd go and she'd find that chicken, and then she wanted to be hit in the face as hard as she could. Sitting in that car, unable to go in for fear I too would agree to such a cure, I realized that in learning to navigate my new distrust for my disobedient body, I myself had shifted. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to Rashida Bumbray and Simone Lee and all the organisers for convening this moment. Oh, yeah, I did that. Thank you. And for your care and consideration at every stage. I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to speak amongst and share space with you all. So many individuals whose work has really touched me and shaped me, so thank you so much. In my paper today, I will talk about a trilogy of exhibitions I curated that ask questions about how colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade have transformed our social relations and environmental realities, and how I've sought to map these inquiries through a Black feminist poetics. So it was the end of summer 2017, and I had started a new job, and with it another displacement and relocation, this time from Brooklyn to Philadelphia. Over the preceding 12 years, I had lived in 6 cities across 3 continents, an occupational hazard of being a curator, perhaps, a restless itinerancy that was making me feel unmoored and longing for a sense of place and rootedness. Stuart Hall said that Caribbean people were destined to migrate, whether forced or voluntary, and these movements had shaped the lives of my ancestors and our sense of the ground. As Vanessa Agard-Jones so movingly noted yesterday via Zora Neale Hurston and Suzanne Césaire, to be grounded, to go to ground, to be of the soil with its wisdom of the world is to see ourselves as part of the living world, not separate from nature and our surroundings. Excuse me. My alienation from nature and from the land was inseparable from a rising climate anxiety, the realities of global warming, rising xenophobia and fascism, poverty and inequality. Our social and material environments were becoming increasingly hostile due to transhistorical forces of colonialism, capitalism, chattel slavery, deforestation, pollution, and the various ecological catastrophes wrought by climate change. Demonic grounds fell into my hands. And Catherine McKittrick spoke to me, and the words of this conference's patron saint, as it were, Harriet Jacobs, reverberated. It was in her loophole of retreat, in the last place they thought of, that I learned of the spatial importance of Black women's intellectual labour and found an anchor for the visual artworks I was witnessing. So this began a 7-year project of 3 exhibitions involving 7 artists, 4 of which are here. Hello, Lorraine, Deborah, Alberta, Dominique. 2 publications with 2 incredible graphic designers, Paige Hansard and Nancy Kalelo Mutiti. And essays from 2 geographers, Trevor Ellison and Danielle Purifoy. It is with these women I have tried to map some of these Black geographies, these spaces of the Black Atlantic, from the forest to the city, the body to the landscape, the Caribbean plantation to the Underground Railroad, to the Maroon community, the shore to the trappings of the Sargasso Sea. It is a project that has witnessed birth and loss, the pain and learning of our plantation past and anthropogenic presence, but has been a guide and a purpose and undertaking that I've poured myself into and seen myself reflected back from. In Catherine McKittrick's Demonic Grounds, Black Women and the Cartographies of Struggle, inspired by the work of Jamaican scholar, playwright and philosopher Sylvia Wynter, McKittrick describes how, quote, Black women's historical contextual locations bring to bear on our present geographic organisation, end quote. She plots the ways Black women have refused, racialised and gendered violence within geographies contorted by chattel slavery and the plantation. In doing so, she evokes the narrative of Harriet Jacobs to unfold this idea, who, under the alias of Linda Brent, published Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl in 1861, detailing her escape from slavery by hiding in the garret, a space that we have heard measured a mere 9 by 7 by 3 feet for 7 years. She described it as the last place they thought of. McKittrick reflects on how this space acts as a metaphor for life for Black women throughout the diaspora during slavery and beyond. The garret operated as an architecture of simultaneous confinement and liberation, captivity and concealment. Borrowing the title for my exhibition, I invited 4 artists working across painting, drawing, film, and photography, whose work explores these paradoxical potentials of space, to be part of the exhibition at the ICA in Philadelphia. The cartographies of the water table, the transatlantic slave trade, and the Underground Railroad coalesce in the paintings of Torquasse Dyson. 4 paintings from her water table series, including The Ecology of Everything, were shown. These monochromatic works abstract and re-encode these sites of spatial violence and terror as an act of memorialization, visualizing new aesthetic paradigms for writing and thinking space. Jade Montserrat's monumental charcoal wall drawing, untitled The Wretched of the Earth, after Frantz Fanon, collapsed the body with language and the land, interweaving her own prose and poetry with excerpts from a wide range of sources. Magical realist narratives of the land emerged through a study of imagined topographies in Keisha Scarville's The Placelessness of Echoes and Kinship of Shadows. Inspired by Wilson Harris's richly metaphorical novel, The Palace of the Peacock, and her own time spent in the interior of Guyana and rural Maine and New York, Scarville's photographs capture the unknowable beauty and possibility of the land at night, reclaimed by the figure of a Black woman. Pop that there. And lastly, Lorraine O'Grady's video, Landscape Western Hemisphere, was the first work I included in the exhibition. Composed of a series of close-ups of the artist's hair, itself an overburdened signifier of race and difference, the tight framing of which serves to abstract the image so that it appears as an undulating field of grasses as seen from above. These images are paired with audio recorded in a variety of rural and urban landscapes across the Western Hemisphere, including the rumble of traffic, planes flying overhead, birdsong, crickets, and cicadas. O'Grady uses abstraction to conflate the body with the landscape, suggesting that simultaneous processes, racialization and gendering, have historically been enacted on both the body and the land to justify their respective exploitation, extraction, and debasement. A sense of the bodily nature of geography I found shared by the artist Deborah Anzinger, who you will remember spoke yesterday about her varied practices of art making and infrastructure building. Deborah and I began a long conversation and a friendship that resulted in her 2019 solo exhibition at the ICA Philadelphia titled Deborah Anzinger, An Unlikely Birth. In her work, Anzinger deconstructs and represents many of our inherited ideological tropes, male, female, land, body, natural, inorganic, as disembodied elements and symbols that accumulate on canvas or paper. These forms are then manifest elsewhere as sculptural works made of laser-cut, mirror or painted ceramic. In Growth Index, across 6 small paintings, we see the distillation of forms and symbols shown elsewhere, reduced to evocative elements, orifices, mounds, sprouts, plant fronds, and hair intermingle with fields of colour that gesture toward the land, water, and bodies that populate them. Anzinger built the distraction of symbolism, seen here on the right, at the ICA to reference a one-room shack, a vernacular architecture widely found throughout Jamaica. Made entirely from discarded building materials sourced throughout the city of Philadelphia, the installation was a critique of and a model for more responsible approaches to exhibition making, which is itself an inherently wasteful and resource-heavy field of production. Inside, a short video was shown on a screen in front of 2 chairs placed above 2 sets of pedal-powered generators that powered grow lights that kept the many plants built into the walls alive. Anzinger put her audience to work, as it were, creating a space where ideas literally became labor, which was essential to the functioning and the fulfillment of the space. The accompanying video contextualized and located the shack alongside the exhibition's tropical landscapes in the real topography of the Caribbean, that is, a collection of islands and nations on the very front lines of climate change, arrested economic development, racial capitalism, and uneven geographic distribution of resources. The ceramic sculpture, Unfeed, seen here on the plinth, evokes one aspect of the taxing, uncompensated reproductive labor involved in child rearing, specifically breastfeeding. Viewed historically, the work calls forth the image of the wet nurse or lactating mother, at once an iconic figure in the historical exploitation of, as Catherine McKittrick put it, quote, the black woman's body as a fertile commodity of exchange, end quote. In discrete and implicit modalities, the exhibition draws attention to a continuum of reproductive exploitation spanning the unlikely birth of the plantation, where black procreation was abused as a tool of capitalism, to the simultaneous dependence upon and devaluation of reproductive and domestic labor essential to the project of contemporary patriarchal capitalism. But in Anzinger's work, we also see the interruption of plantation economies and extractive relationships through these complex entanglements of human, plant, and ground. A pandemic and 2 migrations have postponed the final exhibition by a number of years. Sargasso Seas, set to open at the ICA in spring 2024, will look at the significance of the Atlantic Ocean and the mysterious Sargasso Sea that floats inside it. That is both an oceanscape and an organism with its own tidal system, and acts as a harbinger for environmental disaster, as well as a container of history and a place of becoming. Playing with possibilities of the exhibition format as a mode of address and a site of production, I've invited 2 artists to be in conversation around a theme that is close to their practices but materializes in very distinct ways. It felt a natural progression to focus on the central space that touches, feeds, and connects the landed geographies of the Atlantic. Derek Walcott reminds us that the sea is history, and Kamal Brathwaite described the unity as submarine. The Atlantic Ocean has always been a productive source for artists and writers. Dominique White, working primarily with sculpture and installation, is engaged with theories of black feminism, Afro-pessimism, piracy, and the nautical myths and presence of the Black Atlantic, as well as hurricanes in their eternally transformative wake. White sculptural installations make use of materials deeply connected to histories of the sea that have been manipulated by wind, ocean, and the artist herself. Often exhibited in states of suspension, her assemblages summon a range of presences and potentials entangled with notions of black embodiment. About her work, she has said, quote, I shred and weave together sails from all parts of the world. I like to think of it as akin to sargassum, the masses of seaweed that sometimes knit together so tightly on the surface of the water that the sea below becomes pitch black. They are also said to entangle boats, causing shipwrecks. Working between video, performance and installation, and based on unravelling concepts of history and memory, Alberta Whittle's artistic research focuses on activating new ways of rethinking relationships to the past, present and future. Alberta's work is on view at the Scotland Pavilion here in Venice, as well as in the film programme at Loophole. Whittle maps the interrelated geographies of domination from the Caribbean plantation to the Middle Passage to the British prison industrial complex, drawing on oceanic research into the African diaspora and the decolonisation of Western histories. Her work ranges across media and across continents. In the artist's own words, her work speaks of memory, trauma, tensions between the land, the sea and the weather, which reveal the precarity and the privilege of geography. Sargasso Seas, through the work of White and Whittle, will draw on Kamau Brathwaite's theories of tidalectics that underpin questions of transoceanic experience and language and memory, while also exploring notions of multi-species, post-apocalyptic feminisms. So, from the last place they thought of that sought to understand how histories of racial, sexual and economic exploitation have shaped the Black diaspora community's connection to the land and notions of place throughout North America, the Caribbean and the United Kingdom, to Deborah Anzinger and Unlikely Birth, an examination of the Caribbean plantation as the complicated birthplace of racial capitalism, while imagining new ways of ascribing histories of women's labour and acknowledging the interconnectedness of life, to Sargasso Sea's focus on the watery geographies of the Atlantic Ocean and the stories they hold. I have insisted upon the capaciousness and the centrality of Black geographies. Like this conference, insisting upon this, the geographic importance of Black women and femmes' intellectual and physical labour is a radical gesture, a means of bearing with the social and ecological catastrophes we've already experienced and weathering the ones that lay ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow. Can we play the video, please?
Yeah. Mrs. Sura Adéjọlápọ̀, gbogbo nǹkan tó náwó léyìí, ẹlẹ́dàá mi, èmi Hafsat Arámidé, Àmọ̀pé ló ń kí ẹ wàhálà àánú, òní tẹ́, òní tí, àti èyí ló máa ṣe, gbogbo ayé ló máa nífẹ̀ẹ́ lọ́tùn lósì, gbogbo ohun tó dẹ̀fẹ́ lọ́wọ́ máa ṣe fún ẹ. Ọmọ olóògbòjù, ọmọ eléégún ṣe kétéwéré, bàbá mi ẹ̀ṣọ́ gbin agbágbó àtàdúrékè, bàbá mi ọmọ olówó, ọmọ ajíbọ̀sì, ọmọ àrèmátàì, ògbóni mi ò délé alárògbọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ aṣọ, ọmọ atẹ́níwìjọ kí wọ́wọ́ wẹ̀ má bàa dálẹ̀, owó awúnú pè ara kí ara àgbèjù bí ọmọ ṣọpọ̀ ju mi tó lọ, ẹrú ní sinmi ẹ̀kọ́ kì í sìyàn, wàá ṣeéṣe o, wàá ràánú ojú òní tiẹ̀, ọmọ alísìn wàá ràánú. Gbogbo tó bá fọ́ lé lọ́jọ́ ayé ẹ̀, èmi ìyá ẹ̀ Arámidé Àmọ̀pé ló ń sọ̀rọ̀, wàá rí ṣe, ibùjókòó lóore ló máa lọ o, ò ní ṣíléwọ̀, anybody tó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ rajà ara àánú ojú òní tì, ọlá Kábà, ọlá Bẹ́kílàtíf, ọlá aláìlá ilẹ̀lá Muhammadu Rasulillah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, àbó wà lórí yín, ó wà lórí ẹ̀. Lẹ́yìn eléyìí fùrùfùrù náà máa ṣubú ẹ náà máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́tún lọ́sì, ó ní kábàámọ̀ pé kí ni mo ṣe léyìí sí, ayọ̀ ló máa rí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ṣọ́ Ọlọ́run.
Thank you. Notes and praises as a way of seeing and recalling. Good afternoon. I want to express my gratitude to the path makers of this historic gathering. Simone, she who hears and is heard, thank you. Rashida, she who knows her path, thank you. Sadia, she who is destined to be a blessing, thank you. Tina, she who is a conduit of vision and care, thank you. To all who have tirelessly worked behind the scenes so we can be here, thank you. To all Black women, my trembling vessel keeps overflowing because of you. I'm honored to be among you. Thank you. Okay. Comforted by what Sandra described as a room of care, I'd like to offer a challenge to the Western art historical canon through humorous oriki, praise poetry, as a method of storytelling and visual analysis. We begin. Tinko, Tinko. On this land, I welcome the invitation of Elder Braithwaite to imagine and recall with magic. We are greeted with warmth. Kabo, Yami, Omomi, Egbomi, Aburomi, Kabo. On this land, no one asks us, chi ti ha dato il permesso di soggiorno? Who gave you permission to be here? Primo canto, Aramide, my people have arrived. This was sung by my grandmother. On her tongue, she recalls threads of humorous contradictions, stories of us and them, how they try to turn the mangrove into the place where the other resided. She taught me how to recite praise poetry to see, recount, and remember. Awatani Yoda. Let's call them Konyoju. She whispers of how since their antiquity, they describe She whispers of how since their antiquity, they described their intervention and invention as a place of romance, exotic beings, haunting memories, landscapes, and remarkable experiences. Explorers of other land fed their imaginations with literature and travel reports. She asked me, how is it possible that Konyoju thought they could understand this land without song and meaning? My name is Aramide. My people have arrived. Secondo canto, Olabisi. Joy is multiplied. It has increased. Joy perseveres. A place of imagination, pleasure, and sensuality. A place of desires, often used as a pretext for the creative fantasies of artists. The attempted invasion of Otherland 2 years before Konyoju's journey was an event of an enormous international significance. This was the first Ile to be annexed by the West, and June 1830 set the pattern for the way in which Awonile were to be carved up by Konyoju's peoples over the next 100 years. What's interesting is that at the time, the invasion was not a grand design for imperial expansion. The pretext, like any good story, was for the invasion was a story of revenge. 3 years prior, in 1827, my grandmother, Black, woman, and sovereign, irritated at Konyoju's refusal to repay loans from past wars, attacked Konyoju's council with a koboko whip, shouting, "You're wicked, faithless, rascal." She's fierce. Of course, the Konyoju newspapers were enraged. National honor had to be avenged, and Otherland had to be taught a lesson. But of course, the actual motivation for the invasion were political, economic, religious, and cultural. Politically, the adventure to Otherland was a somewhat cynical attempt to divert attention away from the Konyoju's weak and unpopular regime. Side note, he was overturned a month later. Economically, Kunio-ju traders wanted to expand outwards from the trading posts they already had. In religious terms, other land was seen by Kunio-ju as a confusing space suited by a range of differences. My grandmother sings in my ear. Kunio-ju's motto is, till today, I don't want peace, I want problems, always. And finally, the cultural motivation. Dynamic, modern, and vibrant Kunio-ju conceived of itself as a coherent nation state with a superior culture. In contrast, other land was looked down upon as a failed state. She interjects, a failed state is a state with no song, poetry, and praise. A failed state has no rhythm. It doesn't communicate with drums. On this land, joy is multiplied. Olabisi. Terzo canto, Yetunde. My mother has returned. Kunio-ju's voyage of 1832 is the most famous and striking example of oversabism. Upon arrival, Kunio-ju immediately attempted to translate the experiences into words and images. The amazement of the stunned visitor to use the words from the letters was prompted principally by the inhabitants. What especially struck them the most was the discrepancy between the other land that they were hearing through Oriki and the one that they had successfully represented in their previous work. So what kind of glimpse did Kunio-ju offer their audience of the occupation that awaited them? This enigmatic painting, heavy with warm colors and distant gazes, complicates itself not in its pictorial structure or violent motion, but in the infinite variety of texture and pattern painted in the lavish fabrics and decor. Although they turn their eyes away, the women do not submit expectantly to an evaluating gaze. They are lost in their own thoughts, detached from one another, minding their business, drinking their water. They engage with each other through telepathic oriki. Together, the lack of a figural corporeality and the silence established an impenetrable quality or a feeling of resistance to revelation despite expectations. Kunio-ju reflects that perhaps such a mood implies the difficulty found in penetrating the culture, and alternatively, a respect for the culture they knew to be incompletely understood. My mother has returned. The image assumes the dimensions common to history painting, yet it possesses the sobriety, stasis, detail, and texture of a portrait or even a still life. As opposed to Kunio-ju's previous paintings, the works appears more subdued and rectilinear in composition. The three figures lie close to the picture plane, rather than in a view from a window, corner, or keyhole. The women recline amid finely detailed objects in a jewel-like interior, fully dressed in sumptuous fabrics that give no indication of their physical form. The three women lean or recline horizontally, further confusing the lines and volumes of their bodies. Quarto canto, Atinuke. She is taken care of from conception. 3 elements, a watch, a cut mirror, and a half-open door present them with a problem of interpretation. The sovereign black woman, Iyami, seated in the middle, wears a watch on the left side of her breast. The watch has a cursive inscription, "Time is a colonial construct." The watch, therefore, becomes a detail that does not allow for a merely stereotypical reading of the painting. Instead, it is related to a system of exchange, of trade, the trade precisely that imperialist that imperialistic representation might want to bypass or neglect in favor of a representation that would support the claim for the necessity of Konyoju rule over an other land. Thus, other land comes to a function in a transnational framework, insisting on exchange instead of a location perceived as immutable. The second element is the mirror. High on the wall on the left, a Venetian mirror, slanted or tilted towards the scene, depicting the sovereign woman. My grandmother instructs that the mirror can again be coded as an outside brought to bear on them. As the white spot in the right-hand corner of the mirror shows, the mirror functions as a reflection on or of the scene. A scene of women, self-content, inaccessible, but full of attraction to men in search of object love, is coded as a slanted and cut Konyoju representation of Black sovereignty. But the stereotype of the Black sovereign woman waiting to be loved undoes itself immediately by means of the awareness that this scene is nothing but a fantasy, the mirroring of an outside representation on the part of Konyoju. This is reinforced by the third element, the half-open door of the closet on the left wall. The doors half open state incites the desire to see what is inside, to know the content of the closet. Moreover, in a way, the door also represents an act that already took place, the act of entering and intruding into our business, our space of universal nodding, recognition, and care. There are whispers singing of how when we gather, Black women are taken care of since conception, intergenerational. Quinto canto, Ifama, a very good thing. The elder Black woman, Iyawa, is not merely the one who displays the other three women for the eye of the spectator. Instead, she herself participates in the scene she shows. She does this by the repetition of the decoration of the half-open door in a dress. She acts as a kind of intermediary between spectator and spectacle, between outside space and seclusion. The decoration of a dress links her to the door of the closet and thus gives rise to a circular reading of the painting. The Black woman's dress leads us back to the door, which in turn is linked to the woman on the left. Grandmother's lullaby while she ties a gele. I am blessed to be Ifama's sister. She gifted me the latest lace. She is indeed a very good thing. Sesto canto. Ayo Adepeju. The crown is full of honor and joy. I don't want to conclude, but I'd like to humbly offer this. I'm trembling. Other land has passed down songs of sovereignty. Other land dances to the rhythm of talking drums, telling her stories the way another land taught her. Other land has a form that only us recognize. Kabiesi. Other land is the crown that is full of honor and joy. Other land is the very good thing that loopholes. Other land is taken care of right from conception. Other land is the mother who has returned. Other land is joy that is multiplied. Other land are my people that have arrived. Chi ti ha dato il permesso di soggiorno? Other land is here. It is full of the woman I come from. They song that I belong here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dura. Thank you to all my colleagues of this panel. Hello, everyone. What a pleasure to share this event, to share this stage with such an incredible constellation of women. Thank you, Rashida, Simone, Tina, Saidia for hosting me. Also, Negara Kugumu for suggesting me to the curatorial team. I'm inspired by all of your work, and CARE have been here so present today. And yesterday I was also deeply moved when Negara mentioned imagination as a possibility for action. And of course it reminded me Saidia's critical fabulation and all the powerful and revolutionary works from Black women that inform us about liberation through thought and also breathing, like Françoise Verger brilliantly explained today. So I bring you some reflections from my experience on Black social movements, mainly in Portugal, a proposal that I called Intersectionality, Black Women and the 5 Natural Elements. It is inspired by Crenshaw intersectionality, so there's just a little change in the word from inter to intra. So I hope you can follow me. I will use my fingers to inter, and intra too. So intersectionality relates actions of Black women in the scope of the anti-racist struggles by organizing them as a collective body, explained through the 5 natural elements: water, fire, earth, air, and heater. I recently published an article around this idea, namely on the book Not Fully Woman, Not Woman at All, but here I bring you a shorter and lighter version of exact 16 minutes. Yeah. So I will begin with some historical moments of our recent struggle for context. December 21, 2019. Giovanni Rodrigues, a 21 Black young man who was admitted to the hospital after being beaten by 7 neo-Nazis outside a nightclub in Portugal. He was declared dead 10 days later. January 19, 2020. Cláudia Simões, a 42 Black woman, was arrested at a bus stop in Portugal because her 8-year-old daughter didn't have a transport pass. She was brutally beaten in front of her child by a police officer. May 25, 2020. George Floyd was murdered by a police officer in Minneapolis, Minnesota. July 25, 2020. Bruno Candé, a 39 Black actor, was shot several times by Evaristo Marinho in Lisbon after being threatened days earlier with racist attacks. September 15, 2021. Dani Joy Ponte, 23, Black boy serving a prison sentence, died in jail, allegedly by natural causes, after having talked to his mother and not indicating any sign of illness. So this could be a speech about the negligence and racism of the legal system in Portugal, considering that 80% of racism cases from the last 10 years have been filed by the government. But instead, this is a talk about us and our collective actions to express outrage at these tragedies. All these events resulted in public demonstrations that I was also involved in through the collectives I make part. After several meetings to find consensus about what to do, where to do, we went repeatedly to the streets with posters and shouts and microphones and, above all, with a lot of anger and sadness. Each moment was the confirmation of the strength and solidarity of social movements, but each moment was also the repetition and reactivation of traumas. I started thinking about our collective fatigue, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual fatigue, and also on my personal difficulties and levels of resilience to deal with it. I was wondering, how can we keep breathing within activism? How can activism be a healing process that also deals with vulnerability? How can this healing lead to liberation from repetitive cycles of pain? How can we control our time, care, and self-care in the process of struggle? How can we preserve our energy and recognize that this is the main part of it in the first place? So I was reading a lot about intersectionality by that time, not only Kimberly Crenshaw, but also Sojourner Truth, Bell Hooks, Angela Davis, Lelia Gonzalez, Patricia Hill Collins, amongst other women. And I started to be preoccupied with the epistemic destitution that dominant discourses imply in such powerful proposals. So the question became a little bit more complex. How can we embrace intersectionality's legacy and develop critical tools that can deal with the challenges of our times and contexts without erasing its starting point, its role as a project of epistemic resistance, and as an intellectual, political, and ethical device, not only for the autonomy of Black women, but also of Black communities, and ultimately of society in general. So there I was, seeking ancestral views of social and political organization that embrace other cosmovision, dealing with my PhD thesis on revolts during slavery and marronage, aquilombamento, voodoo in Haiti, macumba in Angola. And that was when Denise Ferreira da Silva, that unfortunately could not join us here in Venice, she invited me to her project Sensing Salon as a keynote speaker. She presented me only one challenge: rethink the human through the natural elements. And I realized that the natural elements were exactly what I needed to continue developing the concept of intersectionality. In a very short way, having in mind that intersectionality assumes that race, gender, class, and other systems of power are mutually constructed and not singularly excluded, and they should be considered by the legal system under these conditions. I started wondering what happens to our analysis when it starts from the internal agendas, actions, and practices taken against a repressive legal system. Because how can we discuss racial issues in Portuguese courts when racism is still not considered a public crime? How do we isolate and judge the life of victims of racism if they result from systemic and structural oppressions at the level of their families and communities? If we assume Black social movements as a collective struggle, its priorities, agendas, and actions will also be mutually constructed and not singularly excluded, in order to sustain a healthy and fluid political body against a system that oppresses in a programmatic way. The 5 natural elements helped me to visualize this complementarity, and they also became a political choice. Why not connect them to social studies? Why not take them out of the dominant speech of esotericism, which is the perception that they convey an enigmatic or unusual knowledge, always with hidden vector, despite being at the basis of medicine, alchemy, psychology, physics, chemistry, martial arts, candomblé, umbanda, African cosmology of the Bantu Congo, amongst many other spiritualities, practices, sciences, and knowledges around the world. Does what anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, and anti-patriarchal possibilities underlie these ancient, indestructible, and unchanging basic elements that combine and manifest in all things? And how can we expand the perception of ourselves and the universe from a common ancestral ontology that may guide us to autonomous ways of imagining our existence? About the conclusions regarding the performance of each natural element, and particularly how power manifests through them, I won't have enough time to explain you in detail, so you just have to trust me here. But I can say that they are based on Denise Ferreira da Silva and Valentina Desideri's previous investigation, also in my own and active and ongoing research on natural elements, And recently I did a workshop with the Black activists in Portugal around this subject, and it's, for me, the place where I should work about this is with Black women, so I can understand if this makes sense to us and if it makes sense to our struggle. So, considering the power of each element, I tried to find the question that Black women try to answer through their actions of resistance. And what will those actions and practices be? In the case of air, power manifests as rule. The question will be how to subvert the rule. And since this element can be activated to develop intelligence and rationality, memory and verbal ability, and dealing directly with a mental issue, I considered here the actions and practices from intellectual work through academia and the arts based on epistemic resistance. Artists, writers, and intellectuals that question academic dominant rules, official references, and established canons through their work. We could say it is the most present element in this event, loophole of retreat, for instance, although one woman can vibrate in different elements, so of course, this is why I'm not focusing on individuals, but particular actions. Regarding earth and power as oppression, the question will be how to suppress oppression. This element is linked to material achievements, health, and work. It influences those seeking security to start a new project. It deals directly with the physical issues. For this element, I considered the actions and practices of community work, guided by individuals and associations that work directly in the field with Black populations, mainly concerned with access to housing, food, child support, education, health, social protection, and culture, by living and learning from cultural resistance in these territories. When it comes to water and power as relation, I believe the question will be how to expand relations. This energy stimulates intuition and helps on practical issues such as overcoming obstacles. This is an element that washes and drives. So I included here activities on the governmental level and other institutions that regulate power forces and justice. Black women's anti-racist actions within municipalities, tribunals, ministries, amongst other institutions. When it comes to water and power as relation, I also included the opinion makers, journalists, influencers, and multimedia platforms. In relation to fire and power as energy, we may ask how to maintain the energy circulating. The vibration of the element fire gives more enthusiasm and optimism and is potentially used to transform the feeling of discouragement, to motivate actions in the moments of putting goals into practice. Here I assumed the actions and practices from domestic workers, cleaning women, sexual workers, and other marginalized activities subject to informality and economic exploitation. These are the only areas in which Black women are not underrepresented in Portugal, for instance, which tells us a lot about historical continuities of slavery and also the importance of a transgenerational dimension in our common struggle. I would also contemplate here actions of non-binary Black women focusing on sexual dissidence that reminds us that diversity is also what maintains our energy circulating. One of the examples of intersectionality put it into practice was a public demonstration, a petition, a meeting with members of power, and an effective victory. Not now, like it sounds like, but in the 18th century. It was a group of Black women, many of them enslaved, that took the streets of Lisbon, Portugal, to protest against the payment of a tax on their insignificant income. They signed the petition, were heard by the Queen, and the Queen gave them reason, and this was more than 300 years ago. Of course, this type of achievement in this context implies alliances with other sectors of society. But what I think is fundamental here is the way in which the 5 different elements have to be in constant action so that the transformation takes place more efficiently. So we can work intersectionality in the scope of our collective activities, but also I also use it to balance my individual contribute in the struggle. Sometimes I wonder, I believe it's good and important to vibrate and navigate through different elements. And sometimes I wonder, am I too much water? Am I talking too much with institutions? How is it exhausting me? Do I need some air, some intellectual and creative work? What can I learn with my elders? How can I work on the fire? Or can I inform my work from community work? Can I contribute to community work through Earth? And of course, all these dimensions feed each other. As Crenshaw wrote in her article, Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex, about intersectionality in the legal system, quoting, I will center Black women in this analysis in order to contrast the multidimensionality of Black women's experience with the single-axis analysis that distorts these experiences. Not only will this juxtaposition reveal how Black women are theoretically erased, it will also illustrate how this framework imports its own theoretical limitations that undermine efforts to broaden feminist and anti-racist analysis, end quote. So with intersectionality, I try to demonstrate that Black women's activisms cannot be read in one single methodology, nor a temporal linearity, since the historical continuities compel us to repeat the same forms of action until today, without preventing them from being erased from our own memory and history. Hence, the importance of the 5th element, heater, the energy for healing processes, the neutral state for perfect health and condition, the control and mastery of the 4 other elements, the creation through thought and the explanation for all things. Here I assume power as resistance, so heater would answer Black women's question on how to resist. Intersectionality has to do with self-determination, with the definition of our priorities and the choosing of our own tools to be more connected with each other, overpassing the dominant dynamics of white supremacy, such as competition, authority, individualism, and other mechanisms that separate us. So finally, I believe ether is love, our Black love, the one that is also present here today and during this entire event. The one that permits us to create our own narratives, narrate our stories, preserve our memories, produce our post-memories, and reshape our history through our multiple loopholes of retreat. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Tanisha Carter Johnson, a student at Spelman College, and I am joined on stage by my peers Neil, Alexis, Gabrielle, Ayana, Jordan, Nyla, and Ming. Thank you. We are all students, a part of the Special Topics Simone Lee Seminar. I'd like to start by encouraging us all to take a deep, intentional breath. Ashe. This breath is to remind us of our home within, a place where we can return to or we can retreat to at any point in the day when the world around us gets heavy. This breath also reminds us of the way we feel and see home within Lee's practice. As a class, we've explored, analyzed, and unpacked the dynamic yet beautiful nature of her works, their resonance with us, and how this academia inspires and impacts the diaspora as a whole. We are excited to share our reflections and gratitudes of the experience with you all today. Thank you.
Hello again, everybody. I guess the first thank you will be starting off. We would like to recognize the former president and current president of Spelman College, Dr. Helene Gale, for their continued support of the visual and performing arts at Spelman. In addition to this, we would really like to recognize Spelman's Art and Visual Culture Department for offering this course and the AUC Art Collective. The Atlanta University Center Art History and Curatorial Studies Collective is housed within Spelman's Art and Visual Culture Department, and they offer a host of opportunities for us as students, one of them being this amazing trip we are on now. Thank you.
So all of us on this stage had the immense honor to be enrolled in a year-long course entitled Art, Craft, and Theory, Simone Lee. This course was uniquely structured around Simone Lee's artistic practice of sculpture, video, and installation, which centers Black women. In order to conceptualize Lee's work, we studied scholars and artists who focus on Black feminism, Black feminist theories, social practice and sculpture, visual traditions within African diasporic cultures, and performance art. We also studied the history of the Venice Biennale and highlighted other Black artists such as Sonia Boyce and Alberta Whittle and others who have come before. And we were incredibly fortunate to have such engaged instructors, Dr. Julia Elizabeth Neal in the fall and Dr. Cheryl Finley in the spring. Our experience in Venice has been surreal, to say the least, and it has been such an honor to meet some of the scholars and artists whose work we studied within the course, including the likes of Tina Campt, Lorraine O'Grady, Sadia Hartman, and many more. And our guest lecturers, Pamela Council, Dream Hampton, Rashida Bembre, and Simone Lee. Also, in addition to being in community with you all here in Venice, we participated in a field study at the ICA Boston that was nothing short of a fruitful and contextual learning experience. Thank you.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude to the leadership at the ICA Boston, including Jill Medvedow, Ava Raspini, Annie Puligura, and Chenoa Baker, as well as the Università Ca' Foscari and the U.S. Mission in Milan.
In addition to those, we'd like to express the kindest and most abundant thank you to Simone Lee, Rashida Brumberry, and all affiliates included. Your scholarship and artistry has shaped the way we think and the way we move through the world as Black students. Once more, we are extremely thankful to you.
Good evening, everyone. This conference has been such a gift in so many ways. All day today, I've been hearing themes of tenderness, care, and love. But more than I've heard it, I've seen it in the gestures of support, in the loud belly laughs outside, and the swift motions to wipe away one's tears during one's sisters' and friends' discussions. I have seen and felt protected by being here with you all. Being at Spelman was the first time I had been taught by so many Black women academics. In our courses at Spelman, like we've named, we have studied and theorized the works of so many of the incredible women in this room, participants and attendees alike. Like Lauren Kelly said today, I am from a planet of phenomenal beings, and being here today has been like flying to Mars. More so, I have received the gift of being here with some of the people who have shown love, care, and tenderness to me, and I'm so grateful to be inspired in my love of practice by the way Simone and Rashida love each other and the way love is a core facet to Loophole Retreat, from Harriet Jacobs to the present.
Thank you to everyone here for continuing to show and teach us about the possibilities that exist in love and friendship. Virale asked the question of how do we love when we're in a battle? And as Black women, our battle surges on. But dare I say, the answers are here with us, between long hugs and eager smiles, between this room and the vastness of the water beyond. Thank you.
Loophole of Retreat Venice feels at once like attending an HBCU homecoming, a gathering of close friends from near and far to love on each other and have a fantastic time, and being a guest at the Grammys, surrounded by the people who are defining our culture and who I have been admiring and aspiring to be for years. That juxtaposition of belly laughs and sister chats paired with blue check Instagram statuses is unlike anything I have ever experienced. We all, in the words of Ngara Kadumu, fiercely and truly love Black women. What I've loved so much during these past 2 days is the intergenerational dialogue and shared state of being starstruck. Right before introducing them, I greeted Jatavia Gary and Legacy Russell and expressed being starstruck. Jatavia responded empathetically, "Nyla, we're starstruck too." Simone Lee allowed me into her home, not knowing me from Eve in grad school, to make a film about her. We're among our idols too. That's the magic of this space, the intergenerational dialogue, the ability to be that girl while honoring and celebrating the brilliance of the women around us while experiencing art that is shaping our futures is everything. With abundant love, respect, and gratitude, I thank each and every one of you for being here physically and for tuning in virtually as we fiercely and truly love on Black women.
I echo the words of my Spelman siblings and invite them to love on me as I share this poem. Please, please. Ooh. Today I will be reciting a poem titled Laboring Woman, written during the Simone Lee seminar, and for this occasion. It is an ekphrastic poem written after a conversation between Saidiya Hartman and Simone Lee, and it references over a dozen of Lee's works. Soon you will be able to see the footnotes and engage the poem, as well as the essays by my wonderful peers, which will all be published on the Simone Lee Venice website. Again, this poem is titled Laboring Woman. Raffia in the wind, snails on the shore, sun-baked brick house built overlooking the bay or built overlooking 10th Ave, laboring woman, and all of this an offering, carved of clay, glistening a glaze made of tears and ocean mist, the side of the moon left weather-worn and void of fingerprints, DNA in the dirt, clay impurities collapsing time in the closing fan of the horizon, the kiln's burning sun, salt-fired stoneware, stable fragility, and the self-reliant spirit form anonymous to you in the reductive glow of her halo, an afro, orb covered in roses, neck stretched long becomes a staggering, slender sentinel, curves as smooth as the current, gaze peering over a field of Black girl children budding from beneath gravel, blue skies circling the dwelling called home, call mother, earth's abundant breast to feast on, and feet never stop running under Raffia's skirt, kicking up the winds of revolution. Thank you.